Okay, and alrighty. Let's take a look-see here. Alright. So, welcome back to the Pillars of Eternity randomized build playthrough. So last stream we were doing the rest of Endless Paths of Otnua. Got to the bottom and had quite a time trying to fight the Elder Dragon, so off stream I basically just went and did like a lot of the bounties, which are just like your basic kill quests, so nothing really eventful, just slaughter. And got some experience to level my folks up to max. So let's do that, and hopefully that'll give us just that little edge we need. Okay. Get my dice out. Okay, that's going to be a lore. And then we have 5 available. Okay, the Superior Elemental Bulwark. And for the talent, it's going to be class talent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So let's roll our d20. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boys, sneak attack. That might unironically actually be somewhat useful. Okay.
Following your lead.
Yep. Okay, some more survival. And we actually got the animated weapons. What was the other one? Oh, just some raw damage. Okay, talent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, so we wanted the D30. 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's actually not too bad. Level up Sagani. Okay, athletics. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So roll that d12. Cocked die. 10. So that should be Vengeful Grief. So if the ranger or the animal companion gets knocked out, the other gets some rage. Level Haravius. And out of there. How's everyone doing today? Okay, Haravius is getting a 5 point in stealth. For his talent, defensive talent, just roll the d30 again. Let's have that. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no real effect there. Level up Zawa. More athletics for Zawa. And his talent, class talent, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Okay, so once per encounter he can bring in 2 human skeletons. Whoop. And finally Adair. He gets some mechanics. Now the class talent, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So roll that d12. 10. That's going to be the once per encounter minor ass missiles. Root.
Hey.
Okay, well that wasn't completely useless.
Yeah?
And now, yeah, I do believe we do have another use of, well, many colors. I'm going to do a rest for might.
Hey.
And we're going to head down. See what we can do with this dragon. So if we do manage to get past this dragon, I will go on to things like the Torn Bannerman questline and what follows.
Hey.
If this still proves to be a block, I'm just going to go straight to the Act 4 endgame. Yep. Speed it up. Okay. Gonna put a quick save in here.
Hey. Hey.
And as always, send a dare in first.
Zawa is ready.
Okay.
Here you are, nearly at the heart of the war. How
And
fortunate you
gone
are
through
to learn
this.
such well-guarded secrets. All it has cost you is your life.
I forgot exactly what I rolled, but yeah, because I remember I got to this screen and I did not roll the this option, so we're stuck fine. This thing, I think it's this one. Yeah.
I will see.
Yep. Okay. Have him bring his movable storm down with him. Kind of go here. Clarence go up here. Okay. Okay. He's got a movable storm on him, so he's gonna go in.
You should have run!
Mode. So if you would go in. Okay, Clarence, I'm gonna have you cast the wall. How long are you prone for? Oh wait, 15 seconds. Oh. Oh, yep, he's down. Suppose vulnerabilities. Yeah, this likely will not be the run because they got what's the word I'm looking for? Nuked by the fire breath.
Zawa is ready.
This. And then use your resurrections. Yeah, I'll keep attacking. dare use Underarms. Okay, good. Haravis is back up. Keep attacking y'all. If Clarence cast another wall down. Ravius cast the lightning again. Because while the Audra Dragon is immune to lightning, it can still get stunned by it, so have you do a prone.
Yeah, that's how it's done. Just say the word.
Come on, keep going, folks. Let's do one more. Well, God damn it. Even when dominated to my side, it, well, it took out the kobolds, but it took out, iron dudes too. Okay, let's just use
Just
the
say the
chaotic
word.
orb.
Avaru be on seat.
Okay, we got him. All right.
Hey.
That works for me. Okay, we got the Audra Dragon skills, which are good for enchanting materials.
Hey.
I'm going to let folks heal up and then put a save in, so I do not have to do that ever again. Okie doke. Okay, put that save in. And Kana wants to talk to us.
They'll call you a dragon slayer now. A slayer of Audra dragons, no less. What a trophy it will make. What a tale, for that matter. Perhaps I'll compose a song about it.
Don't exaggerate. I hardly need to. You did fight the beast after all. The Dealwood will be going on about it for years as it is. I'm just getting ahead of the crowd. Okay. And we also have this appeared. In the Veiling Republics of Palminia, a military graveyard has been struck by vandals that burn tributes left for the dead. Though troubling to the Duchess, she has few local resources to deal with the problem. As the Republic will soon be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Battle of Lagon Pirella, the Duchess would like to have the mystery solved quickly and quietly. I'll send Balagia. Okay.
Hey.
And just explore around real quick. Okay, so the plan now is I'm going to head back up top. I'm going to rest to get a mechanics bonus because there is one part of the Blade of the Endless Paths I did not get to assemble a sword, and for that you need like mechanics of 8, and the highest I have in the party was like 7. So with
Hey.
bonus we should be able to
On the hunt.
maybe find some more stuff. Oh. Nothing to learn from it, but still nice to have. Okay. So we're going to do that. We're going to go get the Blade of the Endless Paths forged. And then we are going to first I'm going to actually go up back to the White March and see if we can fight the Alpine Dragon. Because we tried that at level 12 versus 16, so that one we might actually be able to do as well. We already took out the Sky Dragon. And then from there, I'm going to make a hard save and go to Craghold Bluffs, where we have the fight against the Torn Bannerman and then Consul Hot. And especially since I do have a wizard as my primary character, just even though I've done basically everything in the game, Consul Hot has a spell you can get from him that is just wonderful. And since he's a lick in a vessel, that does mean that Adair's Sword Wyvern's Redeemer can actually just one-shot him. If you're lucky. But it can. And if that happens, I will not complain.
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home,
so
but
first let's
your fortress is
rest
impressive in its own little way.
Mechanics. There we go. Go to whichever one is closest to... Is it level 7 or 9 it was on? Trying to see if this map will give me any clues. The icy speedies. Okay, yeah, because there's... Well... It actually doesn't really give you the best clue. You can make out certain things that definitely is level 7. But that, yeah, there's the pit. That's where the spodes were. Let's go to level 8. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the stairs down. I think it might be level 10 or 11 we find it on. It's the one with the, that one floor that had all the spikes on it. I know, super descriptive, but, oh, yep, it was this floor. Because it's right here.
Not a sound.
Okay. So let's head back upstairs, up to the master staircase. Then take that to Dunstan in Crucible Keep and get that forged. I believe it's an S-stock of some sort. Not necessarily the greatest, but it'll do. And if we do kill the Alpine Dragon, we can then rest in its lair to complete the attunements for Kana's Soulbind armor. Yeah, I don't know if... I'm actually getting close-ish to completing the Unlabored Blade as well.
Hey.
Alrighty.
Not as beautiful as the home, but your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
Okay, go to first fires. Sometimes I wish the potty banter on Fastnet was chipmunkized. That would be funny. Come on. There we go. Charmed the pieces of the blade of the endless pass, I found other pieces of the ancient sword. Do you think you could repair it? Aye, and 'twould be a privilege to. Not often you get to lay eyes on such a fine craftsmanship. He runs a calloused finger along the edge of one of the shards. This blade'll take some time, but I guarantee it'll be worth the wait. Finest work I've ever done, if I may say so. It's only a shame I can't take all the credit for it. Something else on your mind? Goodbye. That gets us the... the Blade of the Endless Paths. Yep, S-Stock. It is superb. More attack speed, more accuracy. Yeah, it's just like a basically just good sword. An Adiran explorer once heard a legend of an Engwithan tomb filled with the dead empire's greatest treasures. Dead set on making a name and a fortune for himself, he had one of the finest smiths in the Deerwood craft a blade worthy of his task. He descended into a place known as the Endless Paths of Odd Nua, and was never heard from again. His possessions were scattered by the strange evils that dwelled within, and his priceless blade was shattered. Okay. Seeing if there's anything to turn in for... Nope, Master Below completed automatically. As did this. With the blessings of the Duchess of Palamania, Palgina began an earnest investigation of the vandalism at the military graveyard. After a large amount of digging, some literal, some figurative, Palagina was able to track down the solitary culprit, the grandson of a soldier who was executed for cowardice in the Battle of Lagon Pirela. According to the young man, his grandfather was slandered and the execution was not just. The Duchess and Palamina's Sangreta Ducala reviewed the man's evidence and decided to restore his grandfather's dignity by inscribing his name on Lagon Pirela's memorial. However, the young man was still guilty of violating a long list of Palamanian laws and customs. The Duchess exiled him from the island for life. So we get this remembrance ashes. Okay.
Hey.
Actually, that reminds me. Look at this one. Okay, so now we are going to head up to the White March, head to the Lair of the Alpine Dragon, and see if we can take it down.
Don't bother the caddy, Tumak. You'd have better odds against a Stelgar.
Head up to Stalwart. Gonna rest this in because I think I can actually get a better bonus than just the +3 to might.
Back to warm your hands, eh? Well, top quality.
Oh yeah, this one. +2 dex, +2 might, +2 constitution, +2 resolve. Definitely.
Hey.
A little bit of everything. And it's over at Long Watch Falls. Save. There we go. Game. There we go.
Quick and quiet. Yeah?
Can't cast that outside of combat. Wonderful.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
You again? Oh, I could still kill you for this annoyance.
Okay. Kind of go in and do a semi-standard opening.
Very well.
Avoid that, folks.
Right.
Okay. Have him bring the storm down. Exactly what I'm gonna do with the specters, I'm not overly sure. Oh, come on.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll just attack the specters. Have him do his Acolyte's Radiance. Kana, you should kinda heal yourself. I'll fight. Start this wall. It's up to you. Oh, he can be petrified. That's wonderful. Okay, and his character model is doing some weird stuff. Bring in the weapons. Yeah, I feel we can bring in the weapons. Part of me is like, no, don't, wait. The other person like, just go for it. Because Khan is the only one who has our any res abilities. So did not get the spell off. Could use his abilities right there, but we live dangerously. Oh. And I could also be casting exposed vulnerabilities. That would be useful.
Just get.
Ready, Watcher. My bow's ready.
Okie dokie. Doable. Definitely doable.
Hey. Hey.
We'll do things slightly
You again.
I could
differently
still
this time. Focus the specters. Okay.
Of course.
Let that go. How? I forget if there's a way to really move these. But can't spectre. Ooze.
Yeah?
Take advantage of its charm state. And since it can be petrified, I'm actually going to be using Gaze of the R-Dragon on it.
Ready when you are.
Oh yeah.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Okay. Gonna put down another wall. Do some self-healing. Okay, everyone attack. Oh yeah, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. As the dragon falls dead, essence erupts from its corpse. It seems as if many lives or fragments of them are returning to the wheel all at once. The freshest of these gives you the brief impression of a young man trekking through the mountain in search of. Before you can see the rest of the memory, the essence dissipates. Okay.
Hey.
A lot of dragon meat.
All right, then. Hey.
Okay.
I'll go on ahead.
See if there's anything hidden to see. I doubt it,
Hey.
but...
Quick and quiet.
Okay. So, Sagani just reached level 16. That's going to be one more survival. And for her final talent, it's going to be a utility one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, so roll RD8. And it's going to be field triage. Okay, and then we are going to rest here for Kana's mission. Okay, so all soulbound upgrades are complete. So you get Vigorous Defense and Dire Blessing when hit and all that. Superb, so plus 6 damage reduction. I believe that's already factored in. Nice. Just read through all of it. The dark green enameled steel breastplate was the property of Riona, an adventurer who hailed from the Veiling Republics and found her calling running with expedition companies in the Deerwood. A small amount of copper chain extends under the breastplate for additional protection. Riona ended her career early after giving up her expedition group to a dragon in the White March in exchange for her own life. After escaping the Alpine Dragon, Riona was overwhelmed with guilt. She resolved that she would not rest until she made amends for each of the lives she had traded away, and she began to travel the Eastern Reach in search of ways to help the surviving relations of her lost adventuring company. In Defiance Bay, she found the widower of one of the lost expeditioners. His wife had been part of the expedition in hopes of finding treasures within Durgan's battery that might pay off a debt that he owed to House Dominel. By the time Riona arrived, House Dominel had already put out a contract on his life. She acted as his personal bodyguard and helped him to survive a series of attacks by putting herself in the line of fire. And probably, Riona and the widower both lived through the ordeal. In Midwood, she came to the aid of a family of an aristocratic expeditioner who had failed to satisfy the house of his daughter's husband to be with the dowry he'd provided. The angry in-laws swore to destroy the family for the insult, and enlisted a band of bleak walkers to perform the deed. Riona rallied together an army of the expeditioner's vassals, exhorting them with a powerful speech about the kind of man he'd been, and together they sued the bleak walkers to the last man. Always, though, the form of the dragon loomed large in Riona's mind and haunted her dreams. She succeeded in every effort to help those who were close to her expeditioners she'd sacrificed, and yet peace eluded her. Only then did she come to understand that she would have to face the dragon and see it dead, or die in the attempt. She gathered her belongings and embarked on one final journey to the White March, and was never seen again.
Hey.
Alrighty. So with that done, we're going to head back to
Better odds
Cadnua.
against a Stelgar.
We're going to rest. And we're going to head to Cragholt Bluffs after we do a hard save.
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home, but your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
Yep. Okay.
Slow and silent. Stop there. Where do you think you're going?
One of the guards takes a step forward. She looks you up and down with a sneer.
This area is under the control of the Torn Bannerman. Anyone else wanders in, they're not leaving again.
What is going on here?
For starters, I've got orders to put a sword through your gut if you don't turn around and run back home.
You do realize you're speaking to the Lord of Cadnua.
Wait, Cadnua. You mean you're the one everyone's talking about? Saving orphans, fighting off bandits, all that?
You may have heard how I stormed Raedric's hold.
Look, hang on a second. Let's not get too
Enough! The commander said no exceptions. I'm not ending up on a pike because this dog has you pissing your trousers.
Sorry, my lord. I'm sure the commander will take good care of Cadnua for you.
Okay.
Need some?
Okay. And this area has a lot of mercs, all relatively well trained and high level, well equipped. But the true danger is in the castle.
Quiet.
Okay. A sleeping Orlan lies atop a filthy bedroll several paces from him, snoring loudly. A large key rests atop his chest, tied to a leather thong around his neck. His left hand loosely holds an empty tankard. Examine the Orlan. The Orlan's heavily scarred chest rises and falls with loud, uneven snoring. He mutters in his sleep. "They're sure a pretty one. How much for her? Well, what will this buy?" The Orlan's voice drifts off as he continues to snore. Suddenly he stirs, his eyelids tightening. "No, not the Yamawa. No!" The Orlan curls into a ball and rocks, but does not wake. Quietly approach the Orlan. Who will approach? Senzawa. Okay. Call to slumber. Blowing himself back down the bedroll, he rolls onto his side, cradling his empty mug like a child's doll. Within a few heartbeats, the snoring returns, but with steady rhythm that reminds her of a purring cat. Take the key. As Zara begins to remove the key, the leather thong catches on with the Orlan's many earrings. Call to slumber. Kill the Orlan. Zara quietly dispatches the sleeping mercenary with a well-aimed death blow.
Intruders!
But at least it didn't scream and alert the camp. That's the key to this. Ooh.
All right, then.
And that's
I'll go
actually the
on
first time I've done that Orlan encounter without it screaming and alerting the entire camp, so I consider that a success. Okay. Lonely mage, we're gonna kill you. That was a hard mage to kill. Take out the priest.
I'll chew the...
Just kind of do the close circle. they're not really doing all that much to us. Dominator, take advantage of that. Oh, come on, just kill the berserker already. And take out the last marksman. Alrighty. Nothing to learn.
Of course. I'll go on ahead.
Oh, got a guy right up there. And he saw the fox. Hey. Okay.
Lay him low.
Just keep fighting, just keep fighting. Oh, I do not like that. He's wandering off. Oh well. Okay, and the soldier's returning. Okay, that soldier's dead. Hell, the frickin' berserker already, folk.
Not getting through me.
This isn't work.
Okay.
Ready when you are.
Yeah, Vetton's just a fighter, but tough. Yep. There we go.
Yes?
I'm just curious what the unlabored blade is at. Getting there.
Hey.
Yes?
Hey.
I'll take a look.
Keep exploring around here. There's a cave here. I am not going to go into the cave yet, at least. Ooh, mercenary hunter.
Varathus!
Dead on!
This fight is mine!
Gibbed.
Of course.
Yeah, we ain't getting that.
I'm on the trail.
Unsigned letter. Commander Baylorin. Proceed to Cragholt with the utmost haste. Consul Hot will not willingly part with the Ingwithan phylactery, but you must secure it by any means necessary. Be warned that all previous attempts at acquiring the artifact have met with abject failure. We know very little about the phylactery, save that it is nearly indestructible. With that in mind, I would recommend using your considerable forces to lay siege to Cragholt. Once Consul Halt is dead, you may retrieve the phylactery from what remains of his tower. Delivery of the artifact is your primary charge, but definitive proof of Consul Halt's demise shall entitle you to a substantial bonus. Spare no expense in fulfilling this task, but know that any outside interference will constitute a breach of this agreement. I have spent considerable resources to ensure that any local authorities will look the other way. Any overly cautious, curious party should be dealt with accordingly.
Hey.
Interesting. A mage, kill it quickly. That's what you like to see.
Hey.
Nothing worth learning.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, nothing that I don't already know, I
Hello?
should say. Okay. Behold, it's the banner of the Torn Bannerman. It's a torn banner. Ooh, a Prybar. Come on, game. There we go. Okay, and some mercenaries are apparently fighting some ghouls up ahead. Pyromancer and a war mage, and a war mage, and oh, that is a lot of mages.
Need some.
Love.
Bring down the lightning, Moravius. We are going to need the stuns on it. That's what we like to see. And just focus fire, take him down as quickly as possible. The stuns on that are so broken, I love it.
Of course. Of course.
Lava. Beyond. Seek.
Oh, that could have gone so much
Hey.
worse.
Hey.
Oh, okay, so that goes down. Okay.
Hello?
Case. Drop that.
Yeah.
Priest first. Come on. Take out the priest. Her obviously herself. Okay. Take out the brawler because it's a monk. Yeah, brawler's got its duplicates on the field. Oh, he's Fun that. Stunned.
Stay with us, cigar.
Yeah, the brawler getting its duplicates. I think there were like 2 brawlers and they both got them. A very fun ability that Zawa never got. So we're just gonna reload. This is why we make quick saves.
Hey, I'll go on ahead.
Okay, so that's where the brawlers are.
Ready when you are.
So, yeah, he's not going to get close enough. Have him cast the orb. Foes. I'm gonna cast Gaze of the R-Dragon. Very nice. Okay, got all the brawlers taken care of.
You should have run!
This one taken care of. Come on. Okay. So we got the brawlers taken care of. Let's take out this War Mage, then the War Priest, and the rest of the folk. Aiming these walls is... No. No. So let's just use the... Oh! It went off. Nice. In that case... Very bad effect. That was a quick cast. Soldier here. Soldier here. Take out the gunslinger. And the berserker.
Hey.
Alrighty.
Hey. All right, then. I'll stay out of sight.
For obvious?
Yep. Okie dokie.
Hey.
Really should have seen that one coming.
All right, then.
So
Yeah?
what we'll do... Get him some health back.
Ready, Watcher.
Ready when you are. Hey. Hey.
Of course.
Slow and silent.
And just keep on exploring. A random patrolling marksman. Goodbye. Okay. And just some corpses.
I'll go on ahead.
Okay. Check out the pyromancer.
Into the fray!
Then the priest. Dead priest. Kill the soldier. Who will be up on us. And the sergeant. And the marksman.
Hey,
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Let's continue up the bluff. Commander.
hold. He's got this far. I ought to have a look at him at least.
The man before you has the bearing of authority, and his casual command has the guards immediately lowering their weapons. Even so, they continue to watch you warily.
Commander Ballerin, leader of the Torn Bannermen. You've been a right pain in the balls, whoever you are. What do I call you?
Clarence Wong.
Well, on behalf of the Torn Bannermen, welcome to our camp. I've lost a lot of fucking men out there. Consul Hot's one thing, but why are you here cutting down my soldiers? I figure I can guess, but please, let's hear it from the man himself.
I won't allow Consul Hot's work to fall into the hands of mercenaries.
That's so. Real noble of you. Coming down here to risk death at the hands of the Torn Bannermen for what? Consul Hot's books? His alembics? A fucking mortar and pestle? No, I'd say you're here for the same reason as the rest of us. A powerful artifact hidden within the keep. That's bait to tempt any beast. But the artifact is ours. Whoever set their tongue to wagging about it, they did you a great wrong. Nobody comes into our camp and lives. I think that's about the end of it. You ready? I'll make it quick for you.
I'm ready.
I'll give Consul Hot your regards.
Okay, so... Oh, Maddox Zero? Hello there. Let's just kind of focus the commander. He seems the most dangerous, all considered. Outside the war priest. I will just start shooting. Oh, can I see that battlefish? Yeah, when I once I get through this combat, I'll show you the build. Or well, take advantage of this petrification. Build implies that there was thought behind it, but it was really just the roll of the dice. But oh, I'll show it to you. Okay, take out the Spell Priest. And now basically just mounting up.
Hey. Leave it to me.
This isn't working.
Come on, folks.
No.
Hey. Leave it to me.
Okay, take out the soldier. Ironically, I think the gunslinger was actually the one who took these two out. Okay.
Hey.
Everyone's back up. Do some looting. That's probably that key to that chest back there. That's his armor.
Hey.
Okay, let me put a save in here. So,
Ready when you are.
this is our main character, Clarence Wong. And basically the rules of this was, I rolled what his race was, what his class was, background, all that. I also rolled a d6 for each point we spread during character creation. And then the rules were on level up, we would do a d5 to see what skill we would put points into. And then for abilities, every time we leveled up for spell selection, that was rolled for. Talents, I would roll a d4 for the category, and then the talent itself. Now, with being a wizard, he was able to learn a lot of spells just from grimoires. That was kind of a saving grace of that. But in terms of talents, he has things like Quick Switch, which is useless. Gallant's Focus is actually not too bad. Secrets of Rhyme, not bad, but doesn't really use free spells. We do have efficacious Resentment Endurance because we did wind up sacrificing Endurance to the Blood Pool. It is one of the happiest days of my life. Bonus 3rd level spell and bonus 2nd level spell, very good. Second Skin, oh yeah, that's just from playing with Crucible Knights. Did wind up picking up Aspirant's Mark, so we had that Fairy Fire. Apprentice Sneak Attack is what we got at max level, so woot. Although I think that might have actually come into play a bit because of flankings. So for the most part, Clarence's build itself wasn't too bad. There are others, however, Darren Zauer aren't necessarily my best ones. One of the side effects of the way we did our skills is that everyone has a bit of everything on the skills, which means no one has really specialized. So we've been hurting for mechanics all around. But everyone actually has a fairly good athletics and stealth, which has proven useful. And outside of this, we have Armored Grace, which is pretty nice for a dare. But certain abilities that I would usually get Clear Out or just some of the high level abilities for fighters, Adair just doesn't have. He does have Unbroken, which can be nice. He started with knockdown, so we always have that. But yeah, like, we didn't really get any of the modals or anything for him outside of Defender, I don't think. Wait, does he have Defender? No, he doesn't even have Defender.
Hey.
Yeah, he doesn't even have any of the modals.
Hey.
In terms of his talents, we did get Field Triage, Graceful Retreat, Savage Attacks, fairly good Deep Pockets, which is just useless. Bloody Slaughter, which is not too bad. Heart of the Storm, which... the shock resistance ain't bad, but it's nothing to write home at. Fast Runner, okay, not too bad. And he got this at max level, which is just shit missiles. Now, Zawa is one where there's a lot we missed out on. Like, obviously, if we take a look at Zawa.
Zawa is ready.
We did wind up getting Duality Modal Presence, but we did not have things like summoning up your duplicates, which is a really good monk one. We didn't wind up getting like the kick, the Skyward Kick that can send people up and stun them. A lot of the abilities that I'd like to use. We never got minor wounds either to help him gain wounds faster. But we do have Enervating Blows, which isn't too bad. Fighting Spirit, which... oh yeah, that's just his ability for being folk. Burning Pain. Passive. Okay. I didn't even know he had that one. That's... yeah. And of course, that one. Now, first talents, he did wind up getting Snake's Reflexes. Wound up getting Weapon Focus Noble, which... actually, with the dagger, I did give him the Unlabored Blade, so that helps at least a bit. And Unarmed. Okay, so no, that actually was not too bad, actually. He did get Acolyte's Radiance and Veteran's Recovery, which has actually been fairly useful. We did his quest, so he has Antilli, Shot on the Run, which is completely useless. And Reimer's Summon, which it's cannon fodder. Now, obviously, Heravius, he has, being a druid, he gets all of his spells, so that's a godsend. But one of the things that, like, we never got any of the, what's the word I'm looking for? Spirit shape buffs from the talents, which kind of sucks. We did get Primal Bane, which I think has been useful. Shot in the Run against isn't really that useful for him. Neither is Weapon Focus Ruffian. Neither is frickin' Arms Bearer. Or Weapon and Shield. So, Heravius has a lot of dead talents. But to get bonus 4th level spells, that's not too bad. Now, Kana is a bit of a mixed bag. So, in terms of talents, we did get Gunner for him, which I'm very happy about. We got Gunner. Penetration Shot. He actually has outside of Weapon and Shield style, he has a good number of just generally useful talents. With Kana, where it kind of fell apart was... and yeah, we did get Brisk Recitation, which is helpful. I forget... don't know where he picked that up. Oh, that might have been I think that's an item he might have. Oh yeah, that's also from an item. And these are his phrases. So let me go into that.
Following your lead. It's good to be on the road again.
Sorry, don't mean to talk to you.
Yes?
So he has the phrases he began with, and then we just had just a smatter of ones. The phrases are like just generally all of them are pretty useful. Now, in terms of spells, outside of Phantom and the Skeletons, we really didn't get many of the spirit summoning spells, which are the ones I typically really like to have for the Chanters. Mostly we got things like Causes Terror, Causes Charm. This is the one we did get, which I'm kind of happy about, because it is a revive. And again, because Durance is dead, he's the only one we have in the party with a revive. And then we did get like a Swamp Spore and a the weapons summons as well. But a lot of the kind of like summoning the Wormlings, summoning the Drakes, summoning like the frickin' ogres, we never got that.
I'm here.
And then finally for Sagani, yeah, she got deep pockets again. Ugh. She also got Gaunt's Focus, which, since Clarence Wong has it, it's redundant and doesn't add anything. Outdoor Retreat, pretty useful actually. Hold the Line, not really that useful for a ranged fighter. Wind up getting Outlander's Frenzy, which again isn't really that useful. And Venom Strike, not too bad actually. But yeah, her talents weren't always the best. And in terms of abilities, like, she just only has a few, like, she has Master's Call, Vengeful Grief, and Takedown. Really not the strongest, but she's what I have in as a range slot. So also in this playthrough, in addition to feeding Durance to the blood pool, we also wound up sacrificing the baby Orlin in Twin Elms with a grieving mother in the party, and she leaves the party if you do that. So we lost grieving mother, who, of course, being a cipher, actually had some fairly good abilities that we were using. I actually was able to pick up like Ringleader, Mastermind, stuff like that. In terms of the other party members, I haven't used Aeoloth in a while. Haven't even leveled him up. I haven't really been using Pallegina because the chances of her getting the Five Suns ability, where like she does like her target mark and like 5 fireballs just like fly into the target and do massive damage. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that one. And she also has some like rather redundant exhortations on her. Devil of Karok, I don't even remember what I have on her, to be honest. I don't really use her. And same with Maneha, my barbarian. They're mainly kind of the bench. This is pretty much the squad, as it were. But yeah, that's the build we wound up with. So yeah. I hope that answers your question. I've rolled for every character on every level up. Put in a quick save here. And it's worked out better than I thought it would.
Keeping an eye out.
In that I'm going to at least attempt the console hunt fight. Now, one of the caveats about this is going in. I am playing on easy difficulty, not story time difficulty, but easy difficulty, because I knew that I just would not be able to make an intentional build that normal and above is built for. It's built that you know what you're doing, you're making a good build, and yeah, no, I'm just not going to be able to do that with this. So yeah, but thank you for the question. Always happy to show off my builds. I like doing random builds in streams just because it's a bit different. If you look on my YouTube channel and Biggest Influence, I actually have my very first series I did, which was Bloodlines Heat Death build for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Ooh, Death Guard. And that was a fun one. It's also some of my first streams, and some of the episodes you just like hear my laptop's fan going all throughout it. It's but they get better by episode 3, I would say. Okay, let's take out these ogles. Okay, something let out of the paralysis. I think it might have been the Death Guard. Maybe cast a spell. Come on. Hit it like you mean it. There we go.
All right then.
Get on to sneak. And I am going to rest before I go on to the next map. Oh boy, do these folks need it. Okay, yeah, that's interesting attack. This is dead again.
Rest, little.
Oh, crap. He's dead now.
Hey, you're not getting through me.
That's how it's done.
Stupid of me. So I actually am going to reload because I was thinking, like, do I just go with this and keep going? And then I thought of all the times that Heravius' Lightning Storm has saved my ass, amongst other things he can do. And I'm like, no, I've got Heravius in my party. So I'm going to reload that one. And rest. And heal.
For Athens! Hey. Hey.
This isn't working.
Damn, these things are tanky.
Hey. All right then.
Okay.
Quiet.
Alrighty, so I will put a heart save in here before heading back down. Heading into the dungeon itself. The shelves of this bookcase overflow with books, loose papers, and miscellaneous artifacts. Many of the spines you can see are scrawled with indecipherable glyphs, and more are completely blank. A proper search of this mess would probably take hours. Search the bookcase. Near the back of one shelf, you find a tome covered in strange symbols. It doesn't look like much at first, but you eventually recognize the symbols as incantations in the book and a grimoire. Probably as a grimoire. Hours of searching leave your back aching, your eyes sore. You don't find anything else of value. Let's see if there was anything good in that. Battle grimoire. Nope.
Hey.
I'll take a look.
Okay, now to deal with Console Heart's apprentices, and then the man himself. A man totters towards you as if drunk. He stops a few feet in front of you and looks at a point over your shoulder with a wide glazed eyes. Tanos must speak with you, Orlan. Come, come.
Quiet.
Watch it! Distract me again and you're like to lose an eye.
Okay. Get back. Let's just go speak to Tanos real quick. Get the ball rolling on that. Wherever he's supposed to be. A Vithrak turns to you, clicking its mandibles and long clawed fingers together. The creature floats above the ground and sways. Just as it looks like it's going to leap on you, you hear a voice in your head. Orlan Beast comes. Yes, most pleased is Tanos. The Vithrak pauses, looking you up and down with beady eyes. Not apprentice, no. Orlan Beast is something else. It leans closer. Membranes around its jaws pulse and tremble. It seems to be smelling you. No camp smell. Not like Warrior Hive above, no. The Vithrak thoughts are whispering your mind. It needs its mouth parts together thoughtfully. If not apprentice and not warrior drone, then maybe Orlan Beast is ally? Yes? Okay. I'm going.
Hey.
Okay, so. Who are all these people with you? Servants, guards, useful tools. If not apprentice and not warrior drone, then maybe ally, yes? Okay. You think we can help each other? With key, with apprentice rivals. The Vithrak chirps in its excitement. Tanos works hard for Master, but other apprentices, nasty beasts, want to be Master's favorite, want to kill Tanos. What do you want me to do for you? Kill apprentice rivals, of course. Tanos draws his spindly claws into fists. Tanos knows. Tanos knows! Orlan Beast come to see Master. But Master has door, and door wants key. Tanos spreads his mandibles wide to show you a round, toothed orifice. Tell me about this key. Key is words, is knowledge. One claw traces a spiraling pattern across the creature's ridged skull. Master gives key part to each apprentice. Say cleverest, strongest apprentice take all key parts. Tanos accentuates his thoughts by squeezing a tight fist. But Orlan Beast take key parts from other apprentice rivals, yes? Then Tanos give final key part. The Vithrak scuttles closer, chattering and interlacing his fingers. Tanos is cleverest apprentice, no. For after Orlan Beast sees Master, the Tanos sees Master, become new favorite. I'll keep that in mind. Let's talk about something else. What are you doing here? Making spell. A spell to please Master, see? The Vithrak extends one slender arm toward a nearby thrall. As the Vithrak mutters unintelligible syllables, the thrall turns to you and bows. Much work to be done, but control spell will please Master greatly. Okay, so I'm going to make a roll here as to whether we are going to go along with this little plan or just attack him alongside the rest, so. And these dice did not choose violence for once, which I'm surprising, so.
Hey.
Well, I should addend that. Not absolute violence. We're attacking the other three apprentices, just not Tanos.
Slow and silent.
The dwarf rolls to face you. Her face and throat are twisted with fresh scar tissue. Her remaining eye narrows as she assesses you. Out! Her little voice is little more than a croak as she points at you to the door. Attack! Okay, so we got a lot of mages in her. So I think I'm gonna just open out with a chaotic orb. As always, bring down the lightning because the stuns it can provide is like nothing else. Ooh, nice. Oh, wow. She's just dead. Good. He's gonna transform. Yeah, I think she got petrified or something, so that's double damage right there.
All right, then.
Okay, nothing in her grimoire. Sable's note. Sable. It gives me pride to see what you've suffered for your craft. The other apprentices may be more learned than you, but none match your tenacity. For you understand something they do not. Your body is a shell. If you are to achieve the power you desire, you will outlive it. Your fellows fight and scheme against one another. Only you recognize your true foe. Okay, and just some basic magical equipment. Just some research notes.
Hey.
Okay. That went rather well.
Hey.
I'll take a look.
I do not think we have anywhere near the mechanics to find the switch for this. Oh,
I can do that.
I do have something.
All done.
Yep, there's the trap.
Hey.
Send in a dare because he's the beefiest. Oh yeah, not getting in there. Not getting in there.
Ready when you are. I'll
You
have
can
this
get in
open
there.
in no time.
No one can get in there.
That'll do it.
Okay.
Hey.
Have a dare open it. Wait for the spell to go away. There we go. Glass tower. Okay. That could actually be useful. Okay, that's the pet. That's the beetle.
Hey.
Mine as well.
Quick and quiet.
Okay. Come on. Tell the wizard. Ain't too hard. There we go. I'll take care of the ghouls. The creature in the tank remains still, but its eyes follow you as you get close.
Hey.
In Peldon's note. Peldon, you're the most talented of my apprentices, but your understanding is merely a page among the tomes of knowledge I've accumulated. Curb your pride until you've earned it. No weakness is deadlier. I can almost see your hands shaking and your face reddening as you read this. You think that mastering a few basic hexes makes you my worthy pupil? I'd crafted the parasitic staff when I was half your age. And while I worked, my peers plotted against me. You may have surpassed the others for now, but they will band together against you if you give them reason. Conceal your skill with mistakes, hide your malice behind smiles. Sacrifice your vanity for a few precious years that you might survive long enough to earn the title of wizard.
Hey.
His research notes. Yeah, not gonna do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final apprentice. Oh, come on.
Ready when you are.
Damn, you're tanky for a goddamn wizard. Knock it down. No, just kill it.
Kinda stuck over here.
And now to just take care of the animated ones. Like so.
Hey.
Okay. Araki's note. Araki, you tinker with blades and bludgeons while your peers shape the bodies and minds of Kith, and they look down on you for it. Let them. Spell work often attracts a certain kind of mind, one drawn to the mystery and theater of the grand arcane spectacle. But you are burdened with no such pretension. You see magic for what it is, power, raw and malleable. You shape it as best suits your needs, and this is what gives you the greatest spells their strength. While the other apprentices are still perfecting their own ambitious spells, you will complete yours. When that day comes, strike them down, and do not hesitate.
Hey.
Our research. Okay, let's go talk to Tankos. Ready for any inevitable betrayal. I have the key parts from the other apprentices. Orlan Beast dealt with other peoples, no? Clever beast indeed. Tanner shivers with excitement and hands you something. Take final key piece in C Master. Tanos will go later. To be Master's new favorite, yes. I'm going. Okay. That should be under quest items. Tanos, more than any of the others, you have chosen a path that complements your natural strengths. Your mind is a maze, and you use it to ensnare not only your thralls, but also your fellow pupils. They are blind to it because they look at you and see an animal. Which is why I shall only warn you once. Attempt your trickery on me, and I will give your corpse to Peldon. I feel the workings of your mind as surely as you would feel a disturbance in your web. You would displace me as readily as you'd follow me. But the first defense of any wizard is a warded mind, and I have had centuries to strengthen mine.
Hey.
Okay.
Just say the
Honestly,
word.
Just looking at the spells I
Following
have
your lead.
available.
Hey.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna give it an old try with what I have right now. I don't really think I need to rest up any much. You see no keyhole in the door, yet a voice booms from the other side, almost as if a speaker were standing right in front of you.
Your master awaits a worthy pupil. Let the apprentice who has perfected a spell and gathered the lessons of his fellows speak his purpose.
I am ready to see Consul Hot.
First, you shall prove your merit. A wizard must protect himself from the arcane and the mundane, from spellcaster and soldier alike. Of the many defenses available to the wizard, which comes first?
A warded mind.
You have learned well, but a wizard must also defend against his own deficiencies, lest he fall to them. Which weakness is deadliest?
Pride.
Many fall by overestimating their own power. Yet for the wizard who understands the nature of magic, power is nearly limitless. What quality of magic is most critical to powerful spell work?
Malleability. It can be shaped into any spell.
Yes, though few will ever grow skilled enough to wield it well. One test of your understanding remains. What is a wizard's true foe?
Mortality.
You may proceed.
Hey.
Okay, let's put a quick save in here.
All right, then.
Yeah, because he's got a few folks with him. An emaciated figure hunches over a stack of books. As you enter the room, it rises, and you feel as though you can see each rib and vertebrae shift into place beneath a pale film of flesh. It turns, twisting wasted skin and tendons around its bones. Two eyes burn from its angular, shrunken face.
Never satisfied, always looking for a way to smite the mighty. Is that why you came? To strike at one above you?
Your spells have transformed the arcane arts I came to learn. A dry croak of laughter tumbles from the lick's throat. I have poured my soul into a phylactery to extend my own life and knowledge. My apprentices spend years in their laboratories, toiling over new enchantments for the privilege of learning at my feet.
Yet you bring nothing, and expect me to share the knowledge I have worked a lifetime to attain?
So there is actually like no way to talk through this guy. You do have to fight him, so we're just going to attack. Okay. Do our standard open. Have him switch over to his fists. Okay. Okay. That's a bit of a knockback.
Ready when you...
Okay, come on, let's try and get this on. Well, that's interesting. The one-hit kill on vessels didn't seem to... Oh no, that was just the lightning, not Okay. Okay, came in a bit late. These actually means a lot of things from there. Okay. This was more of a probing encounter anyways. See now that it's here.
I am no use here.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So honestly, I think rather than going for the wall, I'm probably better off using things like Transchaotic Orb in Gaze of the Dragon.
Hey.
Never satisfied. Yet you...
Okay. Have him engage that one. Zawa, I actually wanted to do this guy. Oh, excellent. Out of orbs. Yeah, he is not immune to petrification, so we will be taking advantage of that. Oh, fuck yes. Heal. Heal.
Ready with Aravius, you must wait.
Yeah?
Oh, I was on an AoE. God damn it. Fists. I dare do another knockdown, or at least try to. Okay. Okay, it dares back. That's the spell I want to pick up for my guy. This like thing. Okay. Okay.
Hey.
Breathe.
The dare, you must endure.
Alrighty. Oh. Is that still up?
Some rest would renew our soul.
Okay, I think had I not been caught on the AoE, that would have been it, actually. Where's my quick save? Okay, definitely I feel that he's doable, though. Definitely.
Hey.
Never sat, yet you bring.
Okay. Okay, they're off of that. He's really just paralyzed. One more second. Okay, he's done. Okay. Attack the wand. Except for you. Heal. Heal. Actually, use that. So I was paralyzed. Out of the orbs. Okay, that did not work. Okay. Not going so smoothly this time, but so goes life. Okay, let's get off the frost. Oh my word.
Stay with us, Sagan.
Fear no.
Adair, you must endure. Adair, you must.
Okay, let's give this another try. So this time I'm actually going to rest up just to get some spells back, so I have a few more chaotic orbs to put out. And if I'm still kind of like edging it, I might retreat out, head back to Cadnua, do a rest that actually gets me the might bonus, just for additional damage. And honestly, that should be enough. Quick save in.
Never sat, yet you.
Okay. Okay. Unleash another orb. Do some healing. Attempt a knockdown.
Ready, Watcher.
Have him cast that again.
Must wait.
Don't move through the airway. Ha!
You should have run!
My bow's ready.
Worth and rock!
He resisted that time.
Worth and rock!
They got my scent.
Yep. Okay. Gonna give this one more try before heading back to Cadnua to, or actually maybe even the end up in Stalwart to rest and get some actual like more impactful bonuses than just the survival ones.
Hey.
Never satisfied. But imagine what could be done with a...
Actually, I'll try this. No, I think we're gonna get past it. Yeah, there. Ooh. Not him. There goes the Death Guard.
Be on seat!
Someone tend to...
Okay, making some at least big moves here. Have these guys attack the wand just to get it out of the way. Heal. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and bring back these guys. Oh, let's get you off the, okay. Off AoE. Case of the R-Dragon. Still not doing too bad, actually.
Ready, Watcher.
Oh, no. Sit down. He's got a lot of defenses up.
Zawa is ready.
Hate seeing the
Come on. Oh, the deer is blinded. No wonder he's doing nothing. Come on, guys.
I think within
Hey,
Lavaru beyond.
Zawa is ready.
I think within wrath.
hey.
Zawa is ready.
Hey.
Lavaru beyond
Come on.
Kind of stuff
Use
over
your
here.
apprentice missiles.
I think
Yeah, okay.
within wrath.
Okay. Very close. So that was close enough. I'm going to give it another go before
Just say the word.
heading back.
Never satisfied. Yet you love.
Okay, this isn't going nearly as well as the last time. I say after like only 2 seconds passed. Angling these walls, I swear.
I think within
Need to try something else.
Wait a minute. I might regret using that instead of res, but oh well. Attack the wizard! You know, let's move folks away from the AoE. Kill the All Ghoul. spell. Okay, everyone. Kill the lick! Go, go, go. Let's do some resis. Yes! Alrighty.
No! Someone tend to the Orland! Crave thou believe.
Okay, so the iron clasp. So Consul's crushing doom, yes. And Consul's draining missiles, which is a unique spell of his. Deals raw damage and grants endurance to the caster. And we get his Consul Skull, grants Visage of Consul Heart, which summons Consul Heart. It's pretty nice. So that's 40 raw damage, so give it to Adair.
Aravius, you must wake.
Just say the word.
So
Hate seeing the little guy go down.
my Grimoire on level 4. Let's get rid of Delayed Fireball, add the Crushing Doom. Busting Bones. Oh, it's a pet. Okay. So it has to be.
Just say the word. Hey.
Okay. Ooh, another Sky Dragon Eye. That's nice. Missives of the Hand Occult. Dearest brother, or was it sister, may this letter find you in well spirits. A man of thuggish bearing stormed into my library the other day and demanded I help him find a book on the construction of an arquebus. I thought it proper service to Whale to steer the man towards an illuminated manuscript on the subject of whittling toy soldiers and other miniature props. Unamused by my solution, I shrugged and said, "What is an answer without a question?" He did not find my spiritual rhetoric helpful or amusing, and so he punched out two of my teeth. I trust your summer has been less tumultuous than mine. In more important news, my apprentice claims she saw the eyeless face in a dream the other night. I admit I was mad with envy that at first I refused to believe her. Will forgive me for such a lapse in judgment. She described an Amara of brilliant blue hues with a featureless face surrounded by a swarm of eyes, no two eyes alike. She claims Whale ignored her questions, and she can't recall any specifics of what she said. In fact, my apprentice seems to have forgotten many things since before the visitation. She could not tell me where she grew up or what she liked to eat. At first I was so envious of her of having seen Wall with her own eyes, but it seems Wall's visit was to conceal, not to illuminate. I pray she endures this test of faith and can look back at the event and feel the joy of mystery. What is an answer without a question? Last week I felt the solution was ignorance, but after Well's visit, I feel a road without length is closer to capturing the riddle. I worry my apprentice will look back at her visit from Well and feel cheated, robbed of some moment of clarity we all thought we were owed when we first joined. I tried to tell her she was lucky, but she was too young to understand. What is an answer without a question? May I be dead and my soul scattered to the winds before anyone knows for certain. Okay.
Hey.
Save.
Of course.
Okay, search these. Search these.
I'll take a look.
Hey.
Okay. So let us return to Cadnua and take some much-deserved rest. That's a switch that opens up into the cave that you can go into to exit out. Actually, instead of Cadnua, I'll go to Stalwart because we have to go there anyways to continue this quest line. Nice music. Yep, here it is. Captain Ogd. A few town guards stand arrayed around a sprawled corpse. One of them turns as you approach, giving you a nod. You've got an uncanny sense of timing, Lord Clarence Wong. This one here's been after you all day. Looks bigger than the last one. Excuse me? This one was going about town asking about your whereabouts, not in a polite sort of way either. She got nervous in a hurry when we happened by, nearly took Royland's head off. Huh. Lagany looks a little disappointed. Well, I suggest having a look at what she was carrying, see if you recognize anything.
Hey.
A woman's cooling corpse lies half buried in the snow. The cause of death is clear, a narrow wound under her throat. The essence here is already faint and fading fast. Reach out. You plunge into a cold darkness, scattered images sliding past you. Past before you can grasp more than an echo, and then light. Sunlight filters down through gaps in the canopy, illuminating short stretches of the bog. Mud and knee-deep water foul each step. Your legs are already tired, and you've barely started. You must resign yourself to discomfort. You've come to the river soon enough. Follow it to the bend north. It is a mantra in your thought. Reach Stalwart. Find the Watcher. Follow him. Retrieve the phylactery. Consul Hart's killer will not fall easily, but if you are careful, that task will not fall to you alone. Your master will deal with the Watcher. It is only a matter of time. The memory slips away, returning you to a familiar sight of Stalwart Village. Perhaps stirred into flight by your perusal, the soul essence begins to dissipate, fading from your sight. The memory of the dead woman's journey lingers with you, however. To the southwest beyond the White Marsh there lies a bog, and an enemy awaits you there.
Hey.
Okay, so let's rest at the inn, and then head to the bog.
Back to warm your hands, eh? Top quality.
Okie dokie. Yep. So close. Okay. Okay, and nothing truly new. Just pay off the supplicant. Okay, and yep. Margaret Ian.
Of course.
So the last area had the Torn Bannerman mercenaries. This area has, wait a minute. I'm actually gonna go back to this autosave, then make a hard save before going into the bog.
All right, then.
Okay. We have Council Hut Skull floating around us. Yay! Yes, but, you know, the Grey Cult Bluffs had mercenaries. This one has bog cultists. Yay.
Nothing will slip past me.
Just keep exploring.
Blazing cart. What am I supposed to do now?
Damn him, that! She turns toward you and promptly jumps in surprise. Blazes, where'd you come from? Haven't seen another soul on the road for a day at least. Need a hand? Well, a helpful spirit right out of the fables. I appreciate it, but I'll manage. All I need is for Benno to come stomping right on back. We're late enough as it is. Last thing I need is his damn tantrums. What happened with Benno? What didn't happen? He's a spiteful crap most days, but out here he's been downright intolerable. He got real sour-faced when the cart tipped over, decided to storm off in a huff. Now I'm stuck here waiting for him. Word of advice, if you ever find yourself in the trading business, keep it in the family. I could try to find him. I'd appreciate it. You bring that stubborn goat back, and I'll set aside some coin for you.
I'll stay out of sight.
And that's a quest. Hey, bog
You're
bats.
not getting through me.
log that. Yeah.
Leave it to me. Hey.
Okay, and the unlabored blade is complete. Okay, the blade has undergone a complete metamorphosis. The dagger is in every respect extraordinary. It seems like some transcendent realization of what a dagger would be in its purest, most perfect form. 5 runes grace the blade now, and their meaning seems to trickle into your mind as you look at them. Weather, die, and be born anew, free of old labors. So it is now a mythic dagger with extra attack speed, and a 3% chance to cast Firebug, and grants healing chain in dimensional shift during rests. Not bad.
Hey.
Quick and quiet. Hey, you! I need help!
This man is half obscured by the riot of lights and sigils emerging from the mud around him. He brings up an arm to shield his eyes, peering out at you. Are you one of them? You don't look like some mad bog cultist. What are you talking about? They've got some kind of settlement out here, he points to the west. I ran in the opposite direction, stumbled out into this mess. Look, help me out here. I've been stuck here for ages. This thing's some kind of magic wall. It's got to be some kind of spell, right? I don't know the first thing about magic. I might be able to dispel this. Really? Great, worth a shot, right? Examine the barrier. At the edge of the ritual circle, scratched into the mud, you notice a series of arcane characters. Without knowing what to look for, there are to be no more than furrows in the dirt. Examine the symbols more closely. You crouch down, but you can't see anything inherently interesting about the scratches. But, did you find something? Past the barrier, Benno watches you with rapt interest. A flicker of movement catches your attention, and you look to see if you've gained an audience. In this dim light, the spirit is nearly invisible, a shimmer of essence that you can barely pick out against the bog, but begin to see more shapes coalescing in the fog. The first raises his hand. Wait, please. Stay back. What? Who is it? Save me! Benno turns, looking around wildly. Badrin called us here, but his spirit slips our grasp. We would continue our work, if you would let us. It is all the purpose that remains to us. The betterment of the self, the craft of virtue. This man, Benno, he is pocked through with jealousy, with petty lusts. He thieves from his partner, he abandoned his child. But his essence holds the same brilliant potential as of any man. And while your soul watcher is a bright and fierce thing, his is fragmented, weak. Let us mend it. Shape it. That's not really my decision. There is no one else. Badrin has only his teachings, his hopes to guide him. You can see us, hear us. Stomp out the symbols. You see the spell bearer ripple, and Benno looks up in excited anticipation. But you sense too a sudden energy in the air, an upswell in the soul essence bound to this place. The gathered spirits howl in thwarted frustration, and this time Benno flinches at the sound. Okay, let's try to summon some ghost wizards. Killing ghost wizards. The wizardly ghosts. You did it. I'm free. Hurla, where are you?
Hey.
Okay, I don't think I need to turn that in. Nope.
Hey.
Nothing will slip past me.
time to keep exploring. Okay, I'm pretty sure. You're a wizard and you're a druid. Between wizards and druids, yeah, target the druids first. Because of that petrification, but also they can cast down the lightning storms that I love to use and hate to be used against me. And nothing really useful there.
Hey.
Quiet.
All right, then.
This fight is mine!
Yeah, so I think he summoned that. Oh no, I think that was an effect of one of our items or spells or whatever. Log Cult Assassin coming up behind us.
Varathis! This fight is mine!
Okay, Bug Cult Barbarian as well. I like when they just come in the ones and twosies. It's perfect.
Hey.
You could say that their travel's a bit
Hey.
bogged down.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Okay, let's keep going. Kind of on the outskirts of the settlement here. Take out the acolyte first.
That's how it's done!
Summoners are probably chanters. So let's take out the apprentice, who's a wizard. Summoners. Oh yeah, those are different chanters. Paralysis is starting to roll.
Dead on.
There you go.
Quick! Toss me something else!
And take out the barbarian.
slow and silent.
All right, then.
To Assassini.
Quick! Toss me something else!
Those are just rogues. Come on, kill the rogue.
This weapon's no good to me.
Hey. Hey.
On the hunt.
Okay, take out the acolytes.
Quick! Toss me something else!
Then we have 2 wizards. Okay. Kill the wizard. I mean, acolyte. Okay. Now kill. Well, target the apprentice first will probably die faster. Too noticeable. Again, there are wizards. Notably allergic to bullets. Swords. And stiff braids. Like so. And take out the barbarian. Okay, obligatory check the grimoire, see if there's anything useful in them. Yep.
Hey.
Veteran's notes. This weathered piece of parchment holds a series of nearly illegible notes in what appears to be some kind of diagram. A series of symbols lines the periphery of a crudely drawn circle. One particular set of 5 symbols has been repeatedly circled. Interesting.
Hey.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Okay, we got another apprentice, another acolyte, trap.
Stretch through me!
Check as well. Let's take out the acolytes. Let's get folks out of the AoE. Take out the apprentice. And follow the chanter.
Hey. All right, then.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Let's go. A wall of thick vines rises from the mud of the bog. They grow in unnatural, twinning cords, bristling with thorns. Though there are gaps between the vines, maneuvering through will take some care and time. Go on through. As you approach the vines, they shudder and pull away from you, forming a clear path through which to cross. You pass safely, only to hear the rustling behind you as the vines bar passage, curling into a tight knot of thorns and vegetation. You notice movement up ahead. A robed figure rushes forward, stumbling through the muck. He blows a single piercing tone on a signal horn. The sound carries through the bog, echoing off the cloistered trees and ruins. Beneath it, you hear an ominous rumble, and the murky water of the north begins to bubble and pitch. A slick, scaly snout crests the water surface. It is the only warning you receive before a massive beast rises from the bog in a shower of mud and bog water. The dragon shakes vegetation from its horns, then lowers its head to set a keen eye upon you. Wave. The dragon inclines its head. You think you spy a glint of amusement in its saucer-sized eyes. You notice a small dark shape in the distance. You feel a sudden buffeting gust of wind from above as the shape grows. A winged silhouette descends swiftly upon the clearing. As the second dragon comes to a heavy landing, you take note of the figure atop its back, a woman with sweeping horns, garbed in flowing robes. She slides from the dragon's back in one graceful movement. So, 2 dragons.
The Watcher of Cadnua.
Young dragons.
I expected you'd find us eventually.
And an archmage.
I'm a little more surprised to find you're still carrying that abomination around. I imagine Consulhalt is better company without his tongue.
You sent the assassin?
I sent a scout. Her task was to follow you, no more. But her death was always a possibility. One she accepted. I am Lengroth.
I thought Lengroth was a man.
As was my predecessor. He too lives on in me. We are all, you see, Lengroth. Lengroth knew something Consulhalt did not. The brevity of life should be embraced, not feared. Each generation brings with it renewed strength and saves us from stagnation. When his time came, Lengroth was willing to let go, to leave his memories and body behind. He entrusted the gift of his life force, his vibrant spirit, to a worthy successor. Consulhalt clung to his pathetic existence like a leech. And there are others like him, who would see all the world serve as kindling, if only their flame can go on burning. Consulhalt's knowledge cannot outlive him.
Well, rolled an 8. If we must fight, so be it.
Better luck on the next turn of the wheel, my friend. I'm sure you'll be remembered.
I've never eaten a Watcher before.
Okay, so you guys take care of the apprentice. I'm gonna summon the Visage of Consulhalt.
Ready when you are.
Beyond.
Okay.
Just giving them a fair shot.
Kind of lost my focus there a bit.
Need something?
Hey.
Don't jump me out yet.
You must endure.
Okay, that Raz did nothing. Get it. We're gonna retry that.
Hey.
Just go through this stuff. Because there actually is a way, depending on your
The Watcher
reputations,
of Cadnoa. I'm a little more surprised to find your. I sent
to,
I am as was Lengroth when
go
his
through this
Consul Hot's knowledge cannot
peacefully.
outlive him. Better luck.
But the dice choose violence, as so often they do.
Yeah?
This time. No, let's give this another go.
Hey.
The Watcher of Cat. I'm a little more surprised to find you're still carrying. I sent a scout. I am Lengroth, as was Lengroth when his Consul Hot's knowledge cannot outlive him. Better luck on.
I've never.
Need something? Lava beyond. Need something?
Hey.
Okay. Attack him. Bring in Consul Hot.
Just say the word.
Too predictable.
Okay, she's immune to paralyzed stuck, but Not petrification. Interesting. So I will set down another wall. And about here. There's Zella's right there. Zella. Dead. Come on, kill the dragon. Clarence is dead, Wizard is down. Kill the dragon at least.
No! Kill him!
Okay.
Hey.
Ixmaru!
Let's get away
Perhaps
from
it
the
is
AoE.
time to stop and reflect on our
Your
day.
tale ends here!
Okay. What is with that sparkles?
Hey.
The Watcher of Cat. I'm a little more surprised. I am Lengroth as well. Lengroth when his consul holds not better luck on.
Okay. Attack the Bog Watcher. Move around, actually. See if we can just get the wizard. Chaotic Orb. Mark. Oh yeah, kill that wizard. See if we can knock her down. Oh, come on. Okay, we took out Lemongrath. Took out the dragons.
But there. endure.
Attack the petrified one.
Just giving them a fair This weapon's so good to
Following your lead. Quick! It is no use!
There, you must endure.
Definitely feel like I'm onto something, though.
Following your lead. Your tail ends here! Stand still!
Okay.
Yeah?
Zawa
Actually,
is
we'll
ready.
use the wound binding
Hey.
there.
Zawa is ready.
Hey.
Zawa is ready.
Following your lead.
Ready, Watcher.
Okay.
The Watcher of... I'm a little more surprised to find your... I sent a scout. I am Lengroth, as was my pret Lengroth, when his Consul Hot's knowledge can... Better luck on the...
I've never...
Okay. So...
Yeah?
Open...
Thick word than wrong!
Uluthen. Uluthen. Uluthen.
And, okay, he's crossed, so set the wall down. See if I can knock down Leningrad. May not knock her down, but good, took her out. Okay, let's focus some fire. Zawa, use your Acolyte's Radiance. Okay. Use Crushing Doom.
Leave it to me!
Come on, keep it going, keep it going. Kana's down, oh well.
Zawa.
What is hurting them? I think this guy might have been doing something with his tail or something? I don't know. Target him, see if we can defeat him.
Big fella's down!
Just looking through the yeah, not entirely sure what's. I think it might just be some AoE and stuff. But I would definitely say that this is doable.
Hey.
The Watcher of Cad. I'm a little more surprised. I sent a scout. I am Len, as was Len when his consul Hot's knowledge. Better luck on the.
I've never.
Start.
Ulu, Then.
Come on, walls.
Yeah? Moeth Ixi.
I think it's just the dragons using their breath weapons and shit.
Watch out, Kana!
Okay, that was not a smooth one.
Hey.
The Watcher of. I'm a little more surprised if I sent a scout. I am Len, as was Len when his consul Hot's. Better.
I've never.
Oh, that's only on the caster. Oh. Forget that.
Just say the word.
Ulu, thank you, thank you.
Not the best setup, but come on, do as I want you to do. Yep. Down she goes.
I'm here.
Okay. Pressure on, folks.
Just say the word.
Okay.
You should have. Get up.
Keep going, folks. Keep going. Dear got killed somehow. Okay.
Very well.
Take this guy out.
Perfect!
Kana, we are going to do some resurrection.
I need some help here.
Okay, good. Good, good, good.
Ready when you are.
Oh, and the petrification goes off. Wonderful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, and we got all soulbound for Widrun's Redeemer done. Okay, so
Hey.
I will be reading that. But Apprentice's Tome. Bog Dragon Scales. More upgrade materials. More Bog Dragon Scales in Leningrad Grimoire. So we are going to get Leningrass mental shields. Leningrass physical shields. Leningrass blunt wisdom. Leningrath siphoning image. And of course, Leningrath's dread haze. So that's a foe area, health and endurance concealed. Second, interesting. So this is just like kind of a causes the caster to appear visually displaced, increasing their deflection and reflex for the duration. Additionally, many deflection reflex attacks that score hits will be converted to grazes. Not bad, not bad. It's just a weapon. So it's a rod, okay. So it's a ranged. It's a foe AoE for raw damage. Not too bad. Okay, that's interesting. So like twice it prevents conditions. That's actually quite nice.
Hey.
Save? Ah. And like, for instance, the Bog Dragon scale, like say with Shame of Glory, like the Kraken Eye is used for weapons, but the Bog Dragon scale, I believe, is used for armor. Yeah. Like I can just enchant this to legendary. I mean, might as well. Now I can't do that with soulbound weapons. Those are fixed, but like Clarence Wong, for instance, can have a legendary. You know what? Why not Zawa? No, I have not gone mad with power. What are you talking about? I have some legendary leather armor here, obvious. Why not? You know, we got 6 more things we can pile on here. Let's give it a of might too. And have it crush proofed. And if only I had some dark steel, I could do that too, but yeah. Let's look at some weapons here. What are you at? You know, let's make this a legendary gun, why not? Use both the Kraken Eyes. But he's the only one really using like a non-soulbound weapon.
Hey.
Okay, Lover's Light. Oh wow, this is probably never gonna come up. For the last 2 years, sailors on the Grace of Semina have seen a pair of lights dancing over the waves late at night. Those who have come close have reported hearing 2 women's voices singing a song of unparalleled beauty. Some believe they are souls of Alessa and Pelene, ill-fated lovers from a century ago who were cast out of Ensensei by a mob and driven from the cliffs to their deaths. Ensensei's Dukas condemned the mob's actions, but the unsympathetic Sangreta Dukala did little to punish the offenders. Since the rumors about the lights have spread, romantic Valians have gone to the cliffs, or even rowed small boats out from the shore at night to catch a glimpse of the spirits. And Kenza's Nudok is doing his best to curb the behavior, but he believes the only true remedy will be putting the spirits to rest. No small talk, given when and where they appear. No small task. Let's set it one way. Let's read the description of the fully realized Redwind's Redeemer. So it is now superb. Once per rest, we have revived the Fallen, which is a friendly AoE. 3 per rest, Holy Power. Okay. The sword had made its way to Forked Vale by the time of the War of Defiance began. It was owned by the captain of the local militia, who used it to defend the fleeing townsfolk while Adirian troops converged on the town from the northwest and southeast. The captain guarded the roads to Belreach and fell while the villagers fled.
Hey.
Okay. So let's get out of this crazy place.
Hey.
Actually, let's... Nope. Pause. Go back in there and inspect if there's anything else in there.
Hey.
Don't want to miss any treasure hoards. That would be an oversight. Oh, there's a way out right there. And let's get a Cadnua. We are going to rest up. Right.
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home, but
And
your
yeah,
fortress is impressive. In
all
its own
that's left
little
is
way.
the Act 4, the end game. So I'm going to put in a hard save here. And I will be right back. I'm going to go grab something to drink. And then we'll be headed on over. One moment. Alrighty, back with my Dr. Pepper. Let's go to the end game. First we go to Old Song, so we can take the boat over to Burial Isle. Fast mode it up. Oh, okay, we got stuff.
I remember when I was a girl, and the missionaries came and told us about the gods. They said we could see them in the stars. I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the old fort because I wanted to see them better. That fort burned down a few years ago when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort.
They'll do a lot worse if they ever return. Those missionaries are all Inquisitors now. Strange to think they're the same people underneath, but I suppose you would know. You called this place home once. Don't you worry about it? I worry about you. You should be more worried about yourself. Half the guards still plot your death at night. I miscalculated
many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. It's a good thing we didn't hang you. I always knew this path would have consequences, but I never wanted to see Kratom suffer on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. Kratom is not built to withstand a siege. If war is coming, I should be doing what Theos is doing. I will need allies. Allies in a stronghold that can resist an invading army.
You can feel words formed long ago rising in your throat like a toxic black bile. Have you thought about Oceanus?
Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith. I wonder, would he listen?
Hey.
Okay. And head up to the pits.
Another turn, Inquisitor. I ask again, Jovara Ixensios, do you confess to these heresies of which you stand accused? Do you confess to apostasy?
I confess to renouncing a mistake.
Do you confess to conspiracy against the one true faith?
I confess to opening minds.
Do you confess to false prophecy?
I confess to following a false prophet.
Indeed. And where might we find this heretic?
He wears the robes of a Grand Inquisitor.
You have no followers here, heretic. Your lies hold no sway in the court of the penitents.
Only my truth, then.
Another turn.
No! Wait! Wait! I'm ready. I'm ready.
You are ready to give a confession?
I'm ready to hear one from you.
Theos shakes his head and points at the Inquisitor, and the scraping grind of rusted gears echoes in your mind as the apparitions fade away. A great pit lies in the shadow of the statue of Boudica. No light from the surface reaches the bottom, but even so you catch flickers of a ghostly glow in the depths. A wind from the pit buffets you. It isn't cold, but it races gooseflesh along your arms. The wind carries a whisper, low in sibilance. As you look into the pit, souls gather around you. They encase you in a cloud of essence that swirls around your body while you consider your next move. Jump into the pit. You jump, trusting in the promises of the gods and the power of souls to bear you safely down. A sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. But while they slow your descent, you still feel that you are falling faster than you should. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting toward the wall. The wall, Clarence Wong! Take control of the souls to guide you to safety. Concentrating, you focus on the essence around you and knit it together in your mind. What was a jumble of souls becomes a single entity, coordinated and purposeful. It steers you to safety at the center of the pit. You manage to spread your arms and legs into an X, steadying your position in the rate of your descent. You've reached the court of the penitents, millennia-old stones safely under your feet.
After what seems like an eternity, your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath. Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
Hey.
Okay. Lovely spikes.
I think that statue of Woodica was watching us
I wonder
soil
what this
ourselves on the
is.
way down.
Everyone all right? No shattered knees? Good. Just me, then.
That was bracing.
If there is time later, I would like to try that again without the soul.
Zawa.
Brave does Filado. This isn't work.
Taking out some specters.
I'm not getting through. Leave it to me.
The pillar tugs at your essence. A pulse from the world itself moves through it.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Just take out animates.
Varathis! Leave it to me. Varathis!
The ancient Audra still bears the impression of the thousand souls broken upon it. Your soul burns with remembered suffering. Of course.
Hey.
Destroys spirits.
Hey.
Go over here.
Brave does Filado.
Better try. You're not getting through me.
Alrighty. Head up here.
This fight is mine!
Come on.
This fight is mine!
Still some damage to the missiles. There we go. Nothing like instant kill ability.
I can do that.
Oh, psh. No, you can't.
Quick! I'll tinker with that. What could go wrong?
A column of Audra rises above you, stoic and silent, its rich layers a measuring stick from the passing of ages. It feels to you as a thick block of ice, and you perceive buried deep in its core a dim, flickering flame, all but extinguished, yet preserved against the ravages of the elements. As you approach, the flame seems to steady and draw strength, and the layer separating it from you melt away, and you are bathed in its glow, a bright beacon in the gloom. The gloom seems to fade, as though you had adjusted to its intensity, and where it was, Evora seeps into existence, an idyllic shade hovering above the moist prison floor. Though ageless, she appears somehow different to you now, a slight stoop in her carriage, perhaps, or a trace of sunkenness in her eyes. There is a broad scar across her face, fibrous and wormy where flames once lapped, unhealed even in death.
Hello, old friend. The ages have been kind to you, I hope. You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here?
It would seem that I have unfinished business here.
I'd hoped after our last discussion you would find what you sought. Has it eluded you all this time? I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice.
Theos diverted them from the cycle. He seeks to empower Boudica and to blame Animancy for the damage he's caused.
After all this time, he would still stand against the tide.
You knew me when Theos did. There's something I need to know about that time.
I will tell you what I remember.
There's something about the lifetime my soul can't let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see moments from that life, of you, of the Inquisition, of Theos.
I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that? Evora's mouth tightens and her brow furrows, a look of pity. Her eyes shift back and forth between each of yours, as if looking for something that would help her decide whether to speak.
That the gods aren't real.
She's not serious.
Nonsense! Clearly she has not been on the receiving end of a god's ire. She'd know how real the gods can be.
But that's not... Is that the truth we've come for? That even the gods are false?
That doesn't seem possible.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
This is why you started your own faith?
I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. That was my faith. I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
Now, whether or not that purpose that she discovered would have been ignited in her if not for her love of the gods is something to be debated. Who created these gods, and for what?
They were conceived by Engwith, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Engwithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone. It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
How did you discover this?
The Engwithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them. And in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
Later on, after I left the Order, a few Engwithans found my words persuasive and joined my cause. They revealed what I did not already know. Is it true, what you taught?
You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs these souls, you will see for yourself, as you once did. Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Ivara scans her audience in silence, her eyes thoughtful, lingering on each member of your company in turn, fighting interest in things unseen.
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
But that's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. If all our common threads are spun from a lie, what's left to bind us together?
Don't look to me. Perhaps nothing binds us. Rauatai tears itself in two, clutching after truth. And I wish I could have sated my hunger for truth in the halls of the Lore College.
What if neither guide knew the way? How then would you choose a course?
Wao teaches us that the gods cannot give you lasting wisdom. They can only inspire you to find wisdom in your own time.
What if our burdens come to us not because they are meant to be, but because they happen to be?
All the more reason to cast them off. We have no guarantees beyond this life. Better to enjoy our days while we can.
She turns to Zawa, who regards her with the rapt attention of an altered mind.
What if some things can never be recovered, and no greater good comes from their loss?
Nothing is truly lost when its influence remains.
All things pass in time, even influence. What if their purpose then?
You feel the weight of Ivora's translucent eyes upon your soul. What if we can be assured of nothing? Then the only value is in the things we create ourselves.
There is bliss to be found in the things we create, but sorrow as well. Every creation bears the imperfections of its creator, and its creator's creator. Art and song are creations, but so are weapons and lies. We must be careful that our creations do not consume us. I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
So I'm trying to pick apart the kind of flaws in her reasoning here. Is that so? And mind you, this is also informed by some of the things we learn in the sequel. But she's kind of working on two sides here. One, her anger at Theos is perfectly justified and understandable. He's a rat bastard. But her dislike of the gods is a bit different in that it's kind of the argument she's putting forth is that they are not gods because they are artificial. Equally, I could put forth an argument that no one matters because they didn't exist until their parents popped uglies. Moreover, in her attempts to elevate the human endeavor in the efforts of Kith, ironically, one of the greatest inventions of the Kith was actually the Apotheosis Project in creating the gods. The purpose that they sought through Endeavor is kind of the same thing she's asking here. It's just, it's one of those things. Yeah. I don't think it makes much difference either way.
I often wonder that myself. If things had gone differently, if the world had taken my faith instead of the Anguithin's faith, would it truly be what I had envisioned?
No.
I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand.
For the first time, hints of doubt trace her serene visage.
I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
I resented you.
I think maybe I suspected. I just didn't want to believe it, not from you. When you showed up at my camp that day, I thought it would be like it had been before. I was careless. If you resented me then, I bear the blame. Good. The things I taught, the things I believed, I needed to hear that. I needed to know it wasn't because...
Because I doubted you? I needed to know it wasn't because after everything you'd learn, you'd still rather believe in a lie. But is it actually a lie, though? More like that's the thing, is that if it is artifice, then if it is something created, if it has an origin point. It can be traced. It is real, functionally. And as opposed to kind of her kind of like empty humanism, which is even more grasping at straws of like a faith that, you know, humans will just be good and rational and all that. It's like, really? Everything you've seen, and really? Now, certainly the methodology in which the Angrethans and the Inquisition went about things, not cool. And that is actually the kind of the root of her anger there, which is very justifiable. But some of the conclusions she reaches is... If that is the conclusion people reach once they know everything, then my purpose has been a mistake. Which, again, people did find that conclusion once they knew everything, and then they decided to make gods. Did my opinion matter so much to you?
I may not have loved you in the same way you loved me, but I loved you all the same. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
I see your point.
I'm aware of the folly of trying to learn so much from so little. I've had time to consider that in all its facets. But in the end, it was all I had. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wished to know. Nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made?
It wasn't me who made that choice. I bear no responsibility for it.
At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish. But now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself will satisfy your needs. Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
Are you bound here until the end of time?
In a matter of speaking. This is Braeth Yamen, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woodica is eternal. They linger above, at the side of the old court, and are not permitted to leave the island, forever severed from the cycle. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition, but time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning. You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
A bargain with the gods? The ones you say that aren't real, the ones that you say are a lie, the ones that I can be here now because of... I have spam. Problems with her reasoning. The other gods aid me because they want Theos destroyed. I owe them no debt.
They aid you because they would bend you to their own purposes.
As would you.
Angrith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing.
A fair point.
But these souls, these forgiven the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end.
Why don't you repent? You could be free of this place.
Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life. But that trial was my one moment of certainty. Even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart, knowing I've shown them what they truly are.
Not that she projects purely malevolent intentions upon the actions of the gods. She does not offer any room for inspiration, growth, or any complexity to their actions, which, honestly, we've actually seen from the interplay of Andra and Abaddon. And that does a disservice to something that is ultimately a human amalgam. Keep that in mind. This place, Sun and Shadow, what is it? I couldn't tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. That's a running theme with you. I have only what I have seen and what others have told me about it. There's only one man who can tell you now, who knows it to a certainty, and you shall face him soon enough. I will leave you to see it for yourself, make your own judgments. Better for your soul that way, I think. How can I get Theos to tell me what I need to know?
You will not find a more resolute being on all of Aeora. There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life. Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him.
It's time for me to go.
Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
Your defiance here is an illusion. You are a slave to the gods, bound to their rules, stuck in their system. Your continued existence is proof of the gods' dominion over all of us. You notice a bond now, one that has always been, an interleaving. I believe you mean interweaving of her essence with yours at the extremities of your perception. You are tied to this woman's spirit, and you can feel a measure of control over it, as though you were its shepherd. What are you suggesting? I can disintegrate your soul, make you cease to exist. Then I would be no different than the other souls the gods have broken in this place. I do not wish to stop fighting them. I will respect your wishes.
Your soul deserves an end to its suffering. I'm sorry I wasn't able to grant it myself. May it come to you swiftly, if ever we should meet again, in this life or any other. I hope to find you at peace.
Hey.
Which, given that she's bound here, and the only way I could meet her in another life was to find out about this place, and probably be a watcher and awakened, I probably would not be at peace.
Quiet.
I find Ivara's reasonings to be suspect. But to be fair, I am fairly biased. I prefer, I don't know, function over necessary, like, truth claims.
Doesn't that just beat all? Here I was, wondering all this time whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing.
I think that's probably the best point, yes.
Wonder how things would have gone different 15 years ago if the Raid Sarens had been told their god was made in some forge or kiln someplace. Would we still have gone to war?
No point in wondering about what we'll never know. Although if people were starving, they'd have rebelled sooner or later, is probably the real answer there.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know that they would have invaded.
He looks down to the ground, drumming his fingers against his side restlessly. When he speaks again, it seems half to himself.
I don't know. When Woden left for war, we, had a fight. As brothers will.
What about?
About him going off to war. He was set on it. But my parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your God, you only get the one. Me? I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one. I said every vicious thing I could think of, trying to change his mind. He brushed it off. Just got me madder, of course, him being so calm. He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I told him he'd better be able to face his God one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind. And then, he was gone. By the time I'd cooled off, months had passed. One morning it dawns on me that my brother always knew better than me. If he was so sure of what he was doing, then I should be there with him. I packed my things and was on the road that same morning. Of course, what I didn't know then was he'd already changed his mind. By that time, he was dead on that field.
Let's be on our way.
Still one more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on then. I still owe you one. Hey. Of course.
Do not be deceived by the darkness. It is an illusion. There is a path here.
Look at the size of this place.
Look at that. A city to put all others to shame. And long lost.
Incredible! I knew the builders could work wonders, but this is amazing!
Whoa.
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. I missed most of it.
Oh, those are some chunky shades. Remind me of the old Infinity Engine ghoul models. Interesting. Shadow Drake is a beast instead of being a spirit. That feels like an oversight.
You're not getting through me.
Yeah, man. There we go. The shadows in the cavern suddenly lengthen and swallow you. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you find yourself in the midst of what must be another vision. You are surrounded by mists. The ground feels springy under your feet. You imagine that, as soon as you take a step, the soil behind you will erase all traces of your passage. As if on cue, the mist before you clear just enough for you to take a couple steps forward. You do, and the fog closes behind you. You continue for several minutes in this manner, one step at a time, never seeing more than the ground right in front of you. Eventually, rays of light cut through the haze, and you find yourself facing a canyon wall. What's that? Something whizzes past you. Just as you turn, you catch another whir of movement. Out of the mist floats a shape, small and round. You think you see another and another. They tickle the corners of your vision. You turn back to the canyon wall. The sun shifts along its path, and what looked like a smooth rock face is the hollow of a cave. A figure steps out, its features shifting and changing before your eyes.
Can it? It has to be. Wow! But I never thought he'd reveal himself in person. This is incredible. Even his form is fickle and unknowable. Amazing.
The figure transforms from male to female, from Orla to Amawa. Its bones lengthen and its fur receding into its flesh. The only detail that remains constant is the smooth, eyeless face. The whizzing, rushing shapes of the mist converge on the figure, and as they form a spinning cloud, you realize they are eyes.
You understand the value of a mystery watcher. A buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, Watcher. One you have lost and discovered over generations. And following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning.
The eyes track you even as they circle the god. What are you talking about? Wheel giggles, a strangely modulated sound that rises and falls as the god shifts from one form to the next. You seek and search while your foe obscures, and even your quest for answers to your past has led you only to another mystery, and one grander still. My goal now is to see to the souls Theos has trapped. Yes, but what would you do with them?
A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Woodika's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them?
I've learned from Gallowayne, Margaret, and Abaddon. Oh. These are D4 instead of D5. Oh. I take it you've got something in mind. The cloud breaks, and a torrent of rain washes Whale's features clean. His blank face molds itself again, taking on the shape of something you've never seen before. Do not consign the souls to the fate of some god's choosing. You have found them. Now scatter them across existence. The destinations known to neither god nor mortal. Let them be lost again. New answers to new riddles. Behind him, the sudden downpour has carved new caves into the canyon. But what would happen to the souls?
None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery.
What end would that serve?
No end, Watcher. That is the purpose.
Farewell, Wall.
That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
Shadows from the new caves melt and spread across the landscape, covering you in darkness. When the light returns, the vision is gone. Goodbye, gestalt consciousness of feeble endeavor that apparently does not exist. Okay, fairly inaccurate summary of her philosophy is that because they are gestalt consciousnesses of human endeavor, that they are invalid, even though she would then place her faith in humans, which...
ready to take the oath, to spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen. I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than you do. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
This is a missionary, same as I was. Taught the wrong thing. Osionis.
You are ready to give a confession?
I am ready to hear one from you.
You've come into a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Audra and trimmed with copper. At the far end of a great pillar of Audra pierces the floor from below like a ragged spike, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they are all questions. At the base of the pillow stands Theos, a look of concern on his face as he notes your approach. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all others, spinning madly in your mind, but you don't dare ask it yet. You need some admission from him first, some hint of the veracity of your suspicions.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here?
Was the entire Inquisition based on a lie?
The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
What is this place?
We are in a sanctum holy to Utica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
Was Iovara telling the truth?
That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
Literally, sacrificed. The machine behind you, what does it do?
It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it.
All these statues, what are they of?
They are monuments to Udica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day, but my work is not yet complete.
You are shaking now, having lost all patience for tact. No more evasions. You have to know. Everything you believed, everything you've done for the gods. Did you lie to me when you said I was right to leave my family behind for the gods? Theo says nothing. Are there no gods?
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked? Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
Are there no gods?
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months. You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
And you see, that's one of the things that I don't quite like about the end part here is the way that Iovara and this question kind of gets framed as that there are no gods when, like, that was a question like, are there no gods, when manifestly there are. And, well, there are now. And it's not quite the right question to be asking. It's the question of, from my point of view, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So in that sense, yes, they are gods. But then, like, there is the question of... Now, this does get meddled with the Inquisition's methods and Theos and his own proclivities that twists that together, of which there is very valid dislike, to put it mildly.
How did you find it?
I didn't. It was Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason.
You put her out of her misery.
That woman did more in her misery than most accomplish with their clear, ignorant minds. If only she had obeyed. Such a waste of rare talent and intellect.
Her talent and intellect were too great for her to live as your servant.
What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
We were being invaded. Not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the gods who are misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased. You have devoted yourself to studying the work of my people. Why?
Because I believe we can learn from the past and use that knowledge to better ourselves. I wanted Rauatai to surpass the Anguithians, build upon what they knew.
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you?
I don't need to understand. I've seen what became of your people. That's all the lesson I need.
You are living in the time of my people, Amawa. You owe them more than you will ever comprehend, and so it shall ever be. Greater civilizations than yours have attempted to reclaim what we buried. The greater their successes, the worse their fates in the end. I have seen to it. What of you, Orlan? My agents tell me you are far from home, both in distance and in years. Have your friends proven a worthy distraction from the pain of ostracism?
Ostracism? Is that the name for the groin rash your mother gave me? Don't fool yourself, old man. You know nothing about me.
Enlighten me, then. Is it Gallowayne you serve, or is it Wau?
I give both gods their due service, but I am servant to neither.
But such difficulty on the way. If you had only accepted that perhaps you were fit to serve neither god, just as you were unfit to serve your tribe, you might have saved yourself the trouble.
My tribe was unfit to serve me. And yes, I'm not fit to serve any god. I need only serve myself. Can you claim that, Theos? Are you your own master, or are you just Woodika's wet nurse?
I serve all people, better than they will ever know. Better to live a competent servant than an incompetent master. You are far from home, dwarf.
I knew my hunt would send me a long way from Masuk. It was a challenge I was glad to undertake for my village.
A journey, then? It must be of some import to take you so far and to last so long.
It's important to Masuk, and so it's important to me.
I am told you are the last of a great line.
As are you.
But my line will continue unbroken. My people entrusted me with their wisdom, and I ensure that their legacy flourishes. Can you say the same?
My line is not ended while I still breathe. There is still hope for my master's legacy.
Your master's knowledge was already lost to the world. Any hope you had of rediscovering it ended with your arrival here. You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives. I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
Our business will conclude when you have told me all I wish to know.
I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You're saying that somehow improves things?
The heart of this country has skipped a beat. Nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his rule, and replaced him with a cruel despot who brought them to ruin. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls.
Nothing could justify these atrocities.
That's where you are mistaken. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes as a sign of their faith. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our god's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark.
Teaching them there were no gods would have achieved the same purpose.
And replaced it with one far worse. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power for themselves. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust.
Better that than to live a lie?
Telling yourself each day that what you do matters, that it isn't all for nothing, that the world is just. The apostate's world is built on believing lies.
He has a point.
All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way.
At least admit it. Admit to me that the gods are not true gods. I need to hear it from you.
You have not thought this through. There is no leaving this place for you. I allowed it once, but you have made it all too clear what a mistake my mercy was.
Now, it is worth noting here is like, why is the term true god framed as something that must exist ex nihilo, or out of nothing, without an origin point? Why must a true god, quote unquote, be one that is divorced from the human endeavor, the human intellect? Why?
With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering. Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for aid.
Okay. Come on, game, you can do it.
Roach 10!
Dominated Theos. That's great. Just pile it on the fucker. There we go. Oh yeah, and those are vessels, so the auto kill can work on him. Ooh, they explode. At your feet rests the body of Theos, hollow in the dense wrinkles shaped by the silent shouldering of an eternal burden now smoothed across his color-drained face. His soul remains still for a moment, defenseless, its energy expended in defeat. It lies sprawled across his body like a death shroud.
All those lifetimes spent to preserve a single vital secret. I can't imagine having that much certainty.
So, small spoilers for Pillars of Eternity 2 when we get there. But as it turns out, this entire secret that Theos is trying to preserve, that the gods were created, the gods don't care if mortals discover that. In fact, some of them would applaud it. That's the thing.
I hope this is the end, but what's to stop him from being born again with the same ill intent? And before you suggest the option, no, I'm not eating his soul. I'll put almost anything in my mouth, but not that.
After journeying for lifetimes, I can't imagine his failure, knowing it was all for nothing.
Some point, you have to look at the things your God is telling you to do, and ask yourself if it's worth it.
This man held to the world harder than any I have known. His suffering was plain to see.
Explore Theos' soul. With a deep breath, you plunge into Theos' soul, and where in Brackenbury it had been a maze of narrow corridors and dead ends, now it is expansive and borderless, its walls crumbling into heaps like the ruins of Engwith as you pass through them. You travel for what seems like ages, rushing to a known destination, a memory you glimpsed once before. At last you see it. No more than a pinprick of light at the end of a long tunnel, expanding slowly at first, then quickly as you near. You come out in the room you are standing in now, but it is new and pristine and filled with people, thousands of them, all turned towards the great Audra pillar and the machine that encases it. Theo stands at the machine, and you are one with him now. You look out at the crowd, at faces of shriveled older men and cherub-cheeked little girls, at mothers bouncing infants to quiet them and fathers clasping their children's restless hands and watching you with somber acceptance. A woman with tears in her eyes gives you a small nod. You turn back toward the machine, your breath constricted beneath the weight of unwanted knowledge, preparing yourself to set out alone on a journey without end. You close your eyes and open them again to find the machine still in front of you, beckoning. You take your place in front of it and place your hands upon a large mechanical disc at the base of the great crystal column and speak a single word. Giant rings creak to life, building speed, setting arrays of carved draconic mouths aglow, and sending tremors through the platform beneath you. The entire room shakes now with the force of the accelerating machine, all sound drowned out by its deep, deafening thrum. Brilliant tendrils of light arc outward from the pillar in all directions, and you look over your shoulder to see them engulfing the crowd, burning them brightly like hot iron. One by one the tendrils disappear, leaving ashen effigies of people where people once stood, many of them disintegrating into gray heaps under the stress of the tremors. You look above to the Audra pillar, and a glowing spherical mass has begun to coalesce atop the column where the arcs converge. It grows and pulses, translucent and bulbous like some immense chrysalis, suspended in slow rotation as though it were being spun from the arcs of light. When the last arc disappears, the spectral mass hangs for a moment, no longer rotating. So bright you must shield your eyes with an outstretched hand, and it seems to you as though it is looking at you. You bow your head in acknowledgement, and look back up to see it melt into the pillar like warm candle wax. The pillar flares with a flash of light bright as the sun itself, then fades to darkness. The machine slows down to an abrupt halt, and when the last echo of the grinding cogs has passed, the chamber is still, and you are alone. From all sides, reality begins to bleed in through the memory, and you find yourself in your own skin once more, looking down on Theos' lifeless body. You sense a listlessness to Theos' soul, an overwhelming fatigue that hinders its immediate escape. It makes it vulnerable to manipulation. You feel as though your victory has given you some kind of hold over it, and you are able to do with it as you please. Okay. Tear his soul apart. I do not envy you, Theos. I of all people realize the sway memories can hold. It is time you were granted peace.
An end to doubt and certainty alike.
I do not think he would have been able to free himself on his own. You do him a service.
You reach out for Theos' soul, and you can feel its frailty in defeat. Its texture like a coarse and threadbare cloth on the brink of disintegration. You insinuate yourself between the threads, pushing the weaving part, unraveling the stitching until it is a bereft of structure. A formless heap bound together by nothing at all. In its midst, you dedicate your focus to a single idea, and the idea is shatter. You concentrate, and as you concentrate, you feel a force building within your soul, an outward pressure that strains against containment, threatening to rupture your spirit. When you can contain it no more, you transfer it into Theos' soul all at once and release it there. A detonation of will that expands in all directions, driving out the remnants of his essence, scattering it into nothingness. You feel his presence no more. In the stillness that follows, a single word echoes through your mind, a word you spoke when you were one with Theos in an ancient memory. You realize it is the word that activates the machine. Alrighty.
Yeah?
So let's talk to some folks.
Theos, he had hold of your soul from a long time back, seems like. You get what you needed from him?
I got justice.
Not many can say that these days. Not with the gods using the world to settle their problems. You'll be feeling better soon then. Good. That's real good. You got it figured out what you're going to do about all that?
Not yet.
Got a lot of people out there thinking they've been abandoned by their gods. There's not much that'll put the fear in you more than that. You can take my word for it. If it was in my power, and I know it's not, but if it was, I'd find a way to give them the courage to face it. Not because they think there's some god looking out for them, but because they've just got it in them. And after what you've been through, though, I'm sure you got your own ideas. Better make it good.
Victory looks good on you. There was a blur about your soul that lingers no more. Seems putting Theos to rest has given you some measure of inner peace. Of course, now you need to decide what to do with these trapped souls. So many hopes and dreams, all of them torn from the cycle and trapped for Wall knows how long. You could set them free, nowhere in particular. Just free to go Wall knows where. Think of how many new lives and new journeys could start this very moment. It's all in your hands. I know you are the right person to decide the fate of so many. You helped bring me closer to WoW, and I believe WoW delivered you to this moment, this decision. It has been an honor to be along for the journey.
We've come to the end of it, my friend. It has been an honor to walk this road with you, and I will regret our parting.
You have saved yourself against all odds. I was never so stout-hearted. I fear something has faded in me. I also simply have need of rest after this long year, but I will remember your example. Victory agrees with you, Clarence Wong. You look as if a great weight has lifted from your shoulders. I am glad for it.
Never thought I'd see something like this in my travels. Lends a little perspective, doesn't it? It's a bitter thing to have come so far only to find that it was all for nothing. Somehow, I don't think we're any better off knowing what we do.
What now?
I guess that's up to you, isn't it? Because I'm too short to reach the controls on that thing. For all I know, when you flip the switch, that thing will blast us all as far as Nazi talk. Whatever happens, though, I'm glad we journeyed together.
It's time to settle this.
Good hunting.
Zala is ready. You inherited the snares of another lifetime. It must feel good to be free of them.
I don't know if I'll ever be free of its influences.
You no longer have Theos to be concerned with, at least. The Deerwood has suffered greatly. It will be stronger for it in the end. But now is the time to end it. To allow the wounds to heal. The Deerwood is young still. Its legacy is still to be written.
Hey.
Alrighty. As you approach the machine, the path underfoot suddenly changes to a cobbled road. If you hadn't experienced visions like this already in Teevran, you'd be tempted to believe that the machine had sucked you into it and deposited you in the middle of nowhere. The sun blazes overhead, and the rolling meadows and thick forest on either side of the road could be anywhere in the Deerwood. A shrill cackle turns your head. Standing next to you is a malnourished man clad in a threadbare loincloth and manacles. His entire body is stripped with lash marks, and there are scarred pits where his nose and ears should be. He stinks of stale sweat and unwashed filth. You notice someone wandering down the road, but the figure's back is to you. The scarred slave has your attention for now.
I have observed you, Watcher. You howl and rage against the powers above you, making wounds with your words in places your hands could never reach. You know the long, bitter struggle, the slow agony of a hopeless battle. You have labored at the pleasure of others, that shriveled hag in Hadrit House, those preening soldiers with more taste for silk than steel, the wretched tribesmen playing out their fantasies of grandeur. And then you cowered and knelt before the gods themselves, begging one paltry favor and receiving riddles and visions in response. And now the gods give you orders and commands, even while you set out to fix what they cannot. Yet what have they offered you?
Hiraris clears his throat and quietly says, 5 copper says he's about to sell you his own agenda. Only Whale knows what that might be. If I were you, I'd tell him the other gods offered you a dozen nubile lasses. See if we can match that and haggle from there. Given the breadth of the iron manacle, it's amazing that he can raise his bone-thin arm, but he does, and he points to a person walking the other way along the road.
The exiled queen is not an ungrateful patron.
You get a better look at the lone figure and realize that she's wearing robes, tattered and singed, but fine nonetheless. On her head is the silhouette of a broken crown. She continues walking, her pace slow but determined.
Finish the work Theos began. Strengthen Woodica with these souls and allow her to become the most powerful of all the gods, with you as her favored.
What do you mean by her favored? The recipient of Woodica's blessings. She has always had a place for mortals of particular merit. If you help her now, she will become the most powerful of all the gods, and you will be the one who made her so. Think of the lifetimes of reward you would reap. I've been working against Woodica this whole time. Why would she thank me now, after I've defeated her most loyal servant? The ragged hole in Skane's face wrinkles with disgust. Loyal and weak. Theos proved his inadequacy when he failed to anticipate you. A plan exposed is worse than none at all. But you have proven resourceful, equal to the schemes of gods. Woodica has a long memory, Watcher, for both friends and foes, and she keeps her oaths. Helping Woodica would mean the secrets of the gods stay hidden. He rubs his hands together, his black eyes gleaming. Safely hidden, yes. From the violent overlords who would cease to fear punishment in the next life. From the heavy-handed masters who would answer to no one. The world needs some schemes. Or the souls of kith so pure that they would snap on the tenuous threads that bind society. Skane takes a bundle at his feet and hefts the burden onto his back. I have explained the alternative, Watcher. Continue as a pawn of the gods, or partner of one. At the other end of the road, the figure stops. She turns her head just enough to look over her shoulder. Her face is mostly hidden, but one merciless eye peers at you from a cheek of rippled, scorned flesh. So for this one, I'm going to go by the roll we made by everyone, where we said we were not premise anything on what we're going to do, so I'll just say I'll consider what you said.
Yes, consider well the prosperous lives and the power that awaits you. I'm certain you'll choose well.
He continues down the road, and when the sun suddenly drops below the horizon, it plunges you into momentary darkness. You come to your senses in front of the machine. Okay. So let's put a save in here.
Ready when you are.
With your companions bearing witness, you step up to a place where Theos once stood before his people long ago. The great machine lies in front of you, idle, ready. You have seen this machine and others like it in operation. You understand how it works. It is a device for directing souls. As a watcher, it would be a simple matter to influence the direction, though as big as the machine is, it might be the last thing you ever do. Speak the command to activate the machine. There is a shrieking of stone grinding against stone as old cogs loosen and begin to turn. You have only moments before the souls will be sent into the outer vein. This will be your only chance at redirecting them. The dice have chosen disperse the souls to an unknown location. The dice, as ever, favor well. You close your eyes and expand your perception outward, taking in the immense totality of the tens of thousands of souls orbiting the chamber. You grasp on the souls as tenuous. You find yourself fighting to keep them all within your influence, and you can feel them slipping away from you as the machine gains speed. A brief moment comes when it feels as though you hold all of them at once, and the force is so great it feels as though it will tear you apart. In that moment, you dedicate your entire being to bending the orbit, channeling the flow in a new direction.
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun and Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Deerwood than the one you had left. At your direction, the souls of the Hollowborn, long lost to the people of Deerwood, were sent to a place or places unknown for reasons as mysterious as the god who suggested it. No sooner had the mystery of their whereabouts been solved than it was renewed, a new riddle for someone yet to be revealed, or perhaps for no one at all. For the people of Deerwood, the question would linger as it always had, for even the truth was beyond belief. One day, the Hollow Births had stopped with as little explanation as they had started. For all their joy at the legacy's end, Deerwoodans would have to content themselves with their own theories as to the how and why of it all. But perhaps this was as well intended. Though you had killed Lord Radric in his throne room, so strong was his drive to rid his land of Eothasians that he returned to life as a death guard, a deathless crusader for his brutal cause. With the remains of his humanity stripped away, Radric came to see all the people of Gilded Vale as worshippers of Eothas, and one day he led his forces into the village personally to see them all purged from his lands. Gilded Vale was left a hollow shell, its buildings ruined, and its people slaughtered. Even travelers and would-be squatters knew better than to take refuge inside its borders. Lord Radric returned to Radric's Hold, where he remained, keeping eternal watch over his barren domain. Following the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But order was soon re-established by the Knights of the Crucible, who, despite their depleted numbers, had gained favor in the public eye for their role in the unraveling of the conspiracy surrounding Widewind's legacy, and were quickly reinforced by returning forces from Fleetbreaker Castle. For the Knights, their resurgence marked a return to the tradition as well. Having seen firsthand the dangers presented by dabblers in animancy, the Order quickly abolished the practice internally, preferring the familiarity of their hammers and forges to the uncertainties of Essence and Adra. Their identity rediscovered, the Knights suppressed their political aspirations and began once again to train their recruits in the art of blacksmithing, recapturing the post-revolutionary ideals of Deerwood and regaining the respect of its citizens as a result. Though the machine atop Ter Noaneth had been disabled, it had not seen its last use. Heritage Hill was rebuilt, and no sooner had the first families moved in to resettle the district than members of the Leaden Key, acting under standing orders from their Grand Master, climbed the tower and reactivated the machine. The initiates slew a handful of the new settlers under cover of night and watched as history repeated itself, the victims reanimating and devouring the survivors. After this second incident, the district would remain abandoned. The Duke's assassination at the apparent hands of an Animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay, and few Animancers survived the first day. Many Deerwoodans took the end of Widewind's legacy as a sign, both that the gods did not approve of animancy, and that the purging of Animancers in Defiance Bay had been enough to satisfy them. In time, their rage would subside, and a number of surviving Animancers remained in and around Defiance Bay, often taking to the wilds to practice their science without repercussions. The town of Deerford had seen the last of the cult of Scan. Dark rumors about the town's many curses quickly faded, and travelers soon returned. The destruction of the Eyeless and the permanent loss of Abidon's memory emboldened Andra. She considered the knowledge that Kith might have found, both of the origin of the gods and her part in concealing it, and vowed that such a calamity must never come to pass. She churned up a fury in her seas. Underwater mountains rose and fell, and the seabed was swallowed and spat out again by the great maws that divide the continents of Kith. Only a fraction of this chaos reached land, but it was enough to swell rivers and spread earthquakes throughout the Deerwood and Air Glanfath. Coastal towns suffered so that few noticed the damage that had been done to Engwithan ruins, from Thane Bog to Twin Elms.
Meanwhile, with the Eyeless defeated...
Thus, they sealed off the White Forge and abandoned their pursuit of Durgan Steel. Durgan's battery became a trading post once more, and Stalwart thrived in its shadow. Stalwart's revival brought trappers, traders, and artisans from all over the Deerwood, and from Red Ceres too. Prosperity brought peace to the border region, as Deerwoodans and Red Serans alike left old quarrels behind. The battle against the Eyeless left Stalwart more hostile than ever toward the ogres in its midst, and the villagers grew bolder as they grew more prosperous. After a handful of bloody skirmishes, the Flames That Whisper clan left the Russet Wood to seek a quieter, more isolated home in the White March. While many such places existed in the mountains, the crossing was treacherous, and the ogres often found themselves embattled with other clans whose territory they passed. Less than half of the Flames That Whisper survived the journey, but those that did found a haven far from Kith lands. Harmka's death had brought the Devil of Carrick little satisfaction. In time, her taste for vengeance soured. What replaced it was a hunger to feel something, anything, new. Summer had thinned the snowpack twice over when she felt the joint at her elbow first begin to stiffen. she turned her back on the hopes of animancy and civilization and walked east. She pushed through the mountains, past Raid Ceres, and into the broad plains of Ishamiddle. She had forgotten what it was like to simply journey, no goal or destination in mind. Though she felt nothing more than the steady thump of her feet on the road, the endless horizons and grassy meadows were new to her. She measured her time in the gradual rusting of her body and was satisfied. Her movements slowed, but so did the world around her. Waist-high grasses undulated and tacked in the wind, as gradual as the tides. Sparrows and blackjays made steady pilgrimages across the sky, each flap of their wings a solemn salute. She could hardly move when she found something she had never seen before, the ocean. With the last of her strength, she pulled herself beneath the water, content at last to feel the movement of currents and the constant caress of the waves. Zawa came to believe that the Dakan had survived through him. He returned to Ishamiddle, where he united a number of small, vulnerable tribes under the beliefs of his people. He called them Takanakin, kin of Takan, and under his tutelage, they became strong enough to resist would-be conquerors. Zawa taught his secrets not to one chosen person, but to all, that the line of knowledge might never be broken. Free from the burden of her memory, Maneha soon left the gift-bearers and resumed adventuring. Now that she had a taste for the world, she wanted to experience it anew. Maneha rediscovered her zest for battle, extravagance, and romance. She kept her gaze on the horizon, looking from one journey to another more distant, from the lover in her arms to another more fervent. Hers was a life of excitement, violence, and passion. She moved too quickly for regret to catch up with her, and she hoped only that she might outpace it in the next life as well. The fortress of Cadnua emerged as a bastion of security in the midst of an untamed land, becoming the envy of every thane and earl in Deerwood. Legend grew over time of its impregnability, and stories of formidable invaders easily scattered by the keep's defenses became popular around the hearths of Deerwoodinians. Likewise, it also became a beacon to travelers, merchants, and visiting dignitaries alike. Reputed as the finest fortress in all Deerwood, people would journey from near and distant lands alike to experience its fabled hospitality and grandeur. After the death of the master below, a strange quiet fell over the endless paths of Ad-Nua. The attacks on the fortress above ceased, Ad-Nua's silent titan the closest remaining thing to a master in its musty, forgotten passages. Pallegina had followed her orders from the Duke's bells, helping establish an exclusive trade arrangement between the Valian republics and the tribes of Glonfath. With the Deerwood's people still weakened by Widewind's legacy, the Valian republics easily pushed their would-be competitors out of the market. The Deerwoods suffered as terribly from the lost trade as the republics benefited from it. Pallegina was honored for her service by being assigned as the personal guard of the Duchess of Spirento. Despite her success, she regretted the choices she had made along the way. Haravius took his leave of the party and, after his first bath in years, returned to his nomadic lifestyle. With his homesickness expunged, he found renewed joy and tranquility in his wandering survey of the wilderness. For the first time in his life, he ventured beyond sight of the mountains of Glonfath. During his travels, he penned numerous journals and sketches detailing his travels through frozen tundra, searing desert, and tropical forests. Wherever he went, Haravius left behind stories of the Autumn Druid, a temperamental, one-eyed wise man of the forest, known to bring food to lost travelers and unusual advice to anyone willing to ask him a question. Adair chose not to return home to Gilded Vale. Still most comfortable far from cities, he settled in Deerford, which, like many towns in the Deerwood, was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Believing now that it was the obligation of Kith to be the leaders their gods had not, Adair was soon named mayor of the town, and under his guidance, Deerford soon began to prosper. He expelled the last of the Scanites from the area and drew new settlers with the offer of land, a trick he had learned from someone he otherwise preferred to forget. With each passing day, Deerford would come to more closely resemble the gilded veil of Adair's childhood, the one worthy of its name. When the dust settled in sun and shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ixarchanon, his former master. He saw where the Grand Master had gone wrong and what would be required to undo the harm Theos had wrought. With a flick of his wrist, he burned Theos's robe, headdress, and every other symbol of the man's power. Never again, he vowed, should Kith live in fear and blind obedience to an authority they did not understand. Armed with the knowledge and courage he had gained on his journeys with the Watcher, he set out on the long and lonely task of dismantling the Leaden Key. With the Watcher's goals accomplished and his own vows fulfilled, Kanarua sailed back to Tekoa. His friends and family found him much changed, for a pall had fallen upon the man, smothering his former enthusiasm. Called before the Lore College, Kana told them of the pain the Engwithan legacy brought to the lands abroad. He insisted that a search for answers abroad could only fragment the Rawatai people, as it had done to the Deerwood. His findings were met with much respect, and Kanarua's voice came to be considered an influential one in the growing move towards Rawatai's isolation. With Theos defeated and the souls released from sun and shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood, and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. In her 4-month journey back to Nositoc, Sagani found that the landscapes she traveled had become strangely colorless, the food bland and unsatisfying. She watched the Deerwood, Air Glonfoth, the Valian Republics, and the lands beyond slide by with a dull sense of dread. She returned home to great celebration, yet the words of joy and congratulations rang hollow to her. Old beloved songs sounded toneless. The rituals of changing seasons became drudgery, and Sagani experienced her life back in Masuk as if in someone else's skin. So she fought to feel the worth of her actions, or, at least, to let her village feel them. She led ever longer and more ambitious hunts, mentoring the younger rangers who followed her. On one such expedition, her party was beset by a blizzard, and she pressed on where her companions turned back. She did not return to Masuk. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions, and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.
Alright, so that was Pillars of Eternity. Next stream, we will be continuing Persona 4 Golden. We had just completed up Rize's dungeon, and we'll be doing the kind of the interim stuff after that, where we're waiting for her to recover, and starting up the Void Quest arc. And then after the Persona 4 stream, we will be doing the first stream for Pillars of Eternity 2. Importing this save into it, and continuing the adventures of Clarence Wong across the Deadfire. Anyways, I hope you really did enjoy it. I know I did. Really liked taking down those super bosses with my less than stellar build. And very happy to have done that. So I will have this VOD up on my YouTube channel as always. Ambiguous Influence, same as here on Twitch. And of course, if you enjoyed it, do feel free to give a follow. I like to do a lot of different games, usually older games and RPG strategy, and when I can with that kind of like randomized build, just to keep things interesting and keep things from falling into a, you know, too stable a pattern. But I'm just going to get through these credits and let it go from there. I think this is all the backer credits. Lots of folk. It's almost like a sine wave. Oh boy. A lot. All right. Okay, folks. Thank you for coming by. Hope you enjoyed it, and hope you all have a fantastic day. Bye-bye now. Oh, let me see if there's anyone to raid. Nope, no one to raid. All right, then. Well, goodbye now.